night. First one of the night. So welcome everyone. I call the October 20th, 2020 Bothell City Council meeting to order. Before we move on to the agenda items, I'd like to acknowledge our remote meeting format. Proclamation 20-28 regarding open public meetings was extended through November 9th. Therefore, this meeting will be held entirely remotely. Public comment will be allowed, both in writing or verbally. Sign-up sheets were provided by the City Clerk's office via link from the agenda. The video of this meeting will be streamed live as well as recorded and available for later viewing on the city's YouTube channel. A call-in number was provided on the meeting agenda for members of the public who wish to call in by phone to listen live to the meeting. If you have called in, we ask that you mute your device so as not to interfere with the meeting. If a participant fails to mute their connection and causes a disruption to the meeting, the connection will be terminated. For our phone-in callers, during staff presentation, staff will make every effort to specify which materials they're referencing so everyone can follow along. Those who have provided advance notice are able to make comments under the visitor comment portion of the meeting. So at this point, we'll take a moment to take roll call for the council members by position on the call. Please say here when the city clerk calls your name.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Here.
Councilmember Thompson.
Here.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Here.
Councilmember McNeil.
Here.
Mayor Olson.
Here.
Councilmember Dorr.
Here.
Councilmember Agnew.
Here.
Thank you, all present.
Thank you. All right, lastly, before we begin, I'd like to reiterate some of the meeting guidelines. Speak clearly and pause frequently. Mute your microphone when not speaking. If you're also streaming the live video, please turn off the sound as there is a delay. So for our council members, if you want to speak, please indicate this by holding up your yellow card in the bottom of your screen. This will help avoid the problem of two people speaking at the same time. So our first item on the agenda is meeting agenda approval. Does anyone have any items or any changes to the agenda? All right, I will be pulling AB 20-130. The approve acceptance of a donation of a drone for Bothell robotics.
Mr. Mayor, withdrawing it.
Withdrawing, so I'm withdrawing. Little clarification. So we'll withdraw it, and I believe it'll just come back at a future date. So seeing no other changes, we'll move on to presentations and reports. So I believe we have a Sound Transit update, and we have Bernard Vandekamp and Paul Cornish for Sound Transit. Oh, actually, I jumped the gun, didn't I? Public engagements. I'm so excited to hear from Sound Transit. All right, public engagements. So October 26th, we have a deadline for online and mail voter registration, both for King County and Snohomish County. Then October 27th at 7 p.m., Living with Beavers, the webinar. Learn about the benefits of having beavers on your property, some strategies for managing conflicts, and opportunities for assistance from Snohomish Conservation District. Nature's Engineers. All right. On to Sound Transit now.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Bernard Vandekamp, and I'm the East Corridor Development Director at Sound Transit. I'm joined this evening by Paul Cornish, who's our Bus Rapid Transit Program Director, and Lucien Bruno, who is our Project Manager on the BRT projects. We have Lucien is going to pull up the presentation here, and we're going to see how well our various web connections work. We have a relatively short presentation this evening, quite a bit of information to get through. We would like to try and get through this in about 15 minutes or so, maybe 20, and certainly would love to take your questions. So in that vein, we will move along fairly quickly. I'd like to go to the next slide, please. What we're going to be covering this evening is I'd like to take a couple of minutes just to explain where we are with our financial status, and we are engaged in what we're calling a realignment of our capital program. I'll take a couple of minutes to describe that in fairly general terms. I will turn it over at that point to Paul to talk about our bus rapid transit program and give you a good lay of the land of where we are on that, and then follow with discussion. So Lucian, if you can take us to slide 4, we'll launch right into where we are in program realignment. This is a term that we're using at Sound Transit to describe a bit of a step back that we're taking in our project delivery. And a couple of things I want to highlight is that we have a number of projects that are under construction today. Those projects are still continuing. We are not pulling back from construction. So you and some of your viewers may see quite a bit of construction along I-5 as we extend down to Federal Way and as we're extending up to Linwood. We also have construction wrapping up on our extension to Northgate, and Eastlink is very busy in construction. We are just beginning some of our extension work to extend out to Redmond. That is a very recent initiation of construction. So those are all still going at their normal pace. The focus that the board is taking right now is to take a look at our next wave of projects and take stock with where are we financially, what are the impacts of the economy that we're all dealing with right now. We are, I think, in the same boat as the city and every other jurisdiction in the country right now, is trying to figure out what is the depth and the duration of the recession that we're in, and what is, it's a very murky future. So we're trying to understand not only what are the impacts to our finances, but also to our ridership, and will there be a shift in demand. I would say that with our economics, we have a long program that is in the works currently, and our Sound Transit 3 plan extends out to 2041, and that may be extended further, but we're sorting that out as we go. I'd like to go to the next slide, and if we can advance and talk a little bit about what the board's considerations are right now as we look at our capital program. The board is engaged, our board of directors, sorry to use terms loosely, but our board of directors is currently engaged in this realignment process that will continue through about July of next year. And there will be opportunities for public input. We certainly want to hear from not only the financial experts, but also the folks out that will eventually use our system. But some of the criteria that is being used when reassessing our capital program and the timing of the projects is really, it's on the screen. I won't go through it in great detail, but the intent here is really to sort out what is the best means of building out our high capacity transit system in the region in such a way that it maximizes the utility as it's phased, as the projects appear. How do we get the maximum benefit to our riders, to different communities? We want to be equitable and fair. And then, of course, as we're making these very large capital investments, what is the logical progression so that they build upon one another and we don't end up with a disorganized or scattershot approach to it? If we can go to the next slide, please. Our process for reaching next July, when we will have a new plan and a new phasing scheme for delivering our capital program, there's a lot of steps in between, and I would say that we have taken a step back and paused as we understood the initial shock, if for a lack of a better term, from COVID-19 and what that's doing to our ridership and our finances. We have now got a better handle on that, and we, for purposes of the BRT program, I'll just hone in on that for a moment. We are trying to get some of our resources back online and look towards completing some of the immediate phases. So in September, we had a board meeting where they laid out the plan through the end of the year. And part of that is to continue with some of the immediate engineering needs to advance our design on the BRT program. We're looking ahead to future phases and plan to award another contract later this year that will set us up for final design and construction management. Looking beyond that, we do have a budget that's in development right now that will be adopted in December that will lay out much of our plan until our realignment process is complete. So my point here is that we are trying to keep momentum on our projects without making huge commitments. We certainly want to be able to maintain our schedule and deliver our projects as soon as it is financially feasible. But in the interim, before we sort out and revisit our plan and have a clear path forward, we will try and maintain momentum, and we will be looking for not to miss any opportunities. We certainly want to partner with our with jurisdictions such as yours and nail down some of the assumptions so that we approach our construction phase with intent and full knowledge of what to expect. One piece that, before I turn this over to Paul, that I want to highlight is that we have had a bit of confusion out in the community about what is going on with Sound Transit. Are you canceling projects? The simple answer to that is no. We are looking at when, not if. So we fully intend to deliver our voter-approved Sound Transit 3 plan. We're just sorting out exactly how we're going to do that given current circumstances and when. So with that, I'll take questions later, but I'd like to turn this over to Paul at this time to dive more into the BRT program.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard. And the next slide would be great. Thank you, Lucian. So it's good to be back. It's been a while since I was in front of the council. I'm glad to be back to give you an update of what we've been doing with Jennifer and her staff in the last year or so, refining our project. I think when we talked about this last time, Stride is the name, the branded name for our BRT program. This shelter is representative of what our shelters will look like. We're trying to make them all look relatively the same for the 522 and the 405 BRT, so folks know that they're at a BRT station. They will vary in length as far as how much canopy coverage there will be, depending on the ridership. If it's lower, we'll have a smaller shelter. Bigger ridership will have a bigger canopy. But I like to start with that. I like to give this a little pop in there, and when we introduce Stride. The next slide, please. So, and I'm very brief on this. So, like I said, we have two routes for the BRT, the 522, which will run from the South Shoreline Station, currently under construction, down 145th, out State Route 522, and then leave State Route 522 in Bothell, run through Bothell downtown, and head out towards the 405. And then the 405 BRT itself runs from Linwood up the 5, down the 405 to Bellevue, and then Bellevue to Burien. So all told, it's about 45 miles of bus rapid transit. We're making a lot of speed and reliability improvements. This is adding a lot of business access and transit lanes like we have on 522, doing transit queue jumps at intersections, things we can do to keep transit moving. I still have these series of stations. We'll look at the amenities, when's your bus coming, what's going to show up, other messages as part of our systems work. We are adding some parking. In City of Bothell, we're adding a 300 stall parking garage that I'll discuss briefly in a moment. We have a new bus space, and we also have a new bus fleet. And I like to talk about the bus fleet because we're actually going to be building half of the 522 BRT buses will actually be battery electric buses. And battery electric buses have come quite a ways in their technology, still not exactly where we'd like them to be for a 60-foot or articulated coach, but we definitely want to head towards a full battery electric bus fleet at some point. And to start that, we're going to start half of the 522 fleet as battery electric buses. I'm very excited about that. We have branding, that is the stride. We have some colors that will be relatively within Sound Transit's color palette. And then again, rider information to let the riders know when the buses are and how all that will work. So that's generally what our system is going to be. The next slide, please. So I'll just briefly 405. Again, it's 37 miles, 3 BR stations across 8 cities, which includes Bothell. We're going to have a relocated bus stop at Canyon Park. They'll be part of the state's express toll lane project. We're going to have a new interchange and a station at the rebuilt I-405 and State Route 522 interchange that the state is building. And this is where the 405 and 522 BRT lines will meet. This is what we've been calling the transit hub. We also have some parking with the 405 BRT at Transit Center down in Renton. And then what's really exciting about the whole BRT program is we connect the light rail in Linwood, we connect the light rail in Bellevue, we connect the light rail in Tukwila, we connect the light rail in South Shoreline. So we're really weaving together the whole high-capacity transit system, particularly on the east side, that Sound Transit will be delivering. And so the next slide, please. So the 522 specifically is 8 miles long, 12 BRT station pairs, we call them. There's 2 stations, one going eastbound and westbound. For parking facilities, of which Bothell will have one. The connection to the Shoreline station, I like to say that the BRT is under construction in Shoreline because Linwood is under construction as well. We'll transfer to the BRT 405 at the transit hub. And then this is something I want to talk about briefly in the next slide is we have separate access to Woodinville. The original plan actually had the 522 BRT going from South Shoreline all the way out to Woodinville. And the Woodinville service was limited service. It was every other bus. And we didn't have any capital improvements or speed and reliability improvements in Woodinville to help those buses maintain schedule and stand the reliability. So the next slide, please. And so what I like to talk about is we actually have alternate service to Woodinville. The BRT will not be going there, but we will be serving Woodinville, the Woodinville Transit Center, with regional express service to either the transit hub or to Bellevue, where most of the riders are going. And the reason this is important to Bothell is because Bothell is now the beginning and the end of the 522 BRT, which means you'll have better reliability through Bothell because you won't be waiting for a bus that started a few miles away and it's working its way towards you. It's going to start in Bothell. So that will be a great help to speed and reliability through Bothell. A big part of this project are the business access and transit lanes. On this map, you can see the orange ones exist. We're adding the blue ones where they don't exist yet. And I like to highlight the red piece in Bothell, which is those are BAT lanes, business transit lanes under construction right now. This is a partnership with Sound Transit in Bothell. Every time we go out there, we look at it, we're impressed. The site looks good, the site looks clean. Our construction managers have nothing but good things to say about the way Bothell staff is running that construction, and we are very pleased. And I want to make sure the council knew that we are working with your staff. We're very happy with how this is happening. Lot P, this is where we're going to put the 300 stall parking garage. This has always been the representative project from Sound Transit 3. We looked at some other sites, including Popkini, but we've settled on Lot P, which is actually owned by the city. The city is going through its soil remediation process right now, and you're looking to sell it, and we're looking to buy it. which is great. We have a little wrinkle, and this is what Bernard was alluding to, is through our realignment process, how does our schedule work when we'll be in a position to start making offers on properties in other parts of the BRT? But we're working with Jennifer and her staff on the timing of that, and how do we make that coordination work. I'd like to give you a quick update on the Yakima Fruit Market. And thanks to some fantastic work between Bothell and Sound Transit staff, we have redesigned that part of 522, and we will not be impacting the Yakima Fruit Market and some other properties along there. So we're very, very happy to do that. And I like to mention this because it really points out how when the engineers rolled up their sleeves, they came up with actually a better and less impactful solution. So kudos to both Sound Transit and Bothell staff on that. A quick little point is the Beardsley and 185th intersection, which was kind of tricky because that is where the existing and future fire station will be. And so again, we had to coordinate with Bothell staff and how do we meet the BRT needs, how do we meet the city's traffic needs, how do we meet the fire access needs. We have a solution to that. I like to bring that up as an example of agencies working together and coming up with good work. And then finally, before I leave the slide, and keeping on the theme of partnerships, we've actually started to have some discussions about possibly Bothell taking over some of the final design and construction of some of the BRT components in the city of Bothell. An example would be the stage 3 that's under construction right now, where we're funding the construction. Way back, which I even remember, the Wayne Curve, we did a similar project. Sound Transit contributed some money, City of Bothell built it. So we're looking at that. That's something that would make sense. Sound Transit would fund, City of Bothell would manage design and construction, because you guys know your roads better than anybody. You know the neighborhoods. You know the best way to help us get that done. So that's something that we're going to keep exploring, and the confidence that we have in this being a good option is really high, because we've had a really nice, successful relationship with Bothell and Bothell staff. So that's a quick look at how we have refined the project, how we've been moving forward, and kind of what we have for the BRT itself, at least the route itself. And the next slide, please. This is the BRT bus space. It will be located in the Canyon Park area. It's right east of 522 and north of I-405. Next slide, please. This site could accommodate up to 120 buses. This is a combination of the BRT buses and the regional express buses. And so I spoke earlier about battery electric buses. So we'll have a battery electric charging system there for those buses, and we'll also forward-proof it to when the fleet expands to more battery electric buses, we'll have the capacity to serve those as well. And we'll have maintenance and operations buildings. The structure will be two stories high, and we'll design it to fit within the community. And we've been working with the Bothell planning staff and the codes and requirements, and how we make that fit into the vision of what you're looking for. So I know that was very brief, and that's the end of my presentation. But I just wanted to give you a highlight of the project itself. I think the really good work and progress that we've been making with Bothell and Bothell staff and the Bothell improvements. Love to put in the Yakima fruit market story as an example of really rolling up those sleeves and coming up with a much better solution. So shout out to Lucian and people like Steve Morikawa from the Bothell staff. So with that, I will stop, and I think Bernard and I could take any questions you would have.
Doer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm really pleased to hear that Yakima's being resolved successfully. So thanks to staff and Sound Transit for that. I had a couple questions. You talked about delays, but what I'm curious about is, other than what is currently being built in construction, do we know what will still move forward that isn't currently in construction? In other words, are there other projects that will be moving forward that we know will be moving forward, particularly obviously that relate to Bothell? So like, is the bus barn moving forward? Or is that delayed as well? So if you could go through and let us know, that would be really helpful.
I'd be happy to do that. Yes. Just quick point of clarification of we have active construction projects that are underway, as you noted, and we have every intent of continuing on those. Often with construction projects, it's more work to shut them down and put them in a state of limbo than it would cost more to get them going again. So we do want to provide the benefits to the region. A lot of these projects have been under development for more than a decade. But to your point, or your question specifically, is when are the next ones coming? That is really the point of the realignment exercise, is to understand, what is the appropriate timing of making those next big capital investments. For the bus rapid transit program, we are in what we call the project development stage, and that generally encompasses ensuring that we have environmental review complete and get to approximately 30% design, preliminary engineering, and also really work with our partners such as the city of Bothell and neighboring jurisdictions to come to as much a solid agreement as we possibly can, so that when we do start going out for final design, the questions have largely been eliminated from the project. We know exactly where it's going to go, where the stations are, the type of configuration, and can launch in earnest into final design and construction. So we are maintaining our work on project development. The 522 project should have project development complete in the first quarter of next year, and then we will turn towards right-of-way acquisition for the property that we will need to build the project and get final design underway. So we're maintaining momentum on all those fronts. With 405, we're in a similar boat. We're continuing to with project development. So while we've seen the pace of that work slow down a bit over the last few months, we're largely still on schedule. The question is really, will we still deliver on the original schedules? And to be honest, we have lost some time. The original schedules are slipping, but it's not to say that they are indefinitely on hold. I wish I had a more conclusive answer for you, but that's really dependent on what the board of directors decides next July. The one point of reference that has been suggested is that we could delay the entire Sound Transit 3 program by 5 years, and we believe we could address most of our financial stress that way, but that's a very clumsy way of doing it. So we're hoping to tighten that up and phase it more appropriately.
So in terms of so 405 BRT South, my understanding is that the bus barn in Bothell would be serving that. So I'm just curious if that's still on time, and then how does that impact the delay or lack of delay on the bus barn moving forward?
Yes, the bus barn is intended to support the entire BRT fleet. We have the 3 lines, 405 South, 405 North, and 522 line. As they're currently laid out, they would all be delivered within about a year of each other, a year to 2 year window of 2024, 2026 timeframe. That would be the original plan, is to deliver them all as early deliverables. And in that case, a bus barn would be needed to support that size of a fleet. prior to initiating revenue service. We are exploring scenarios where one line goes before the others, and in an extreme case, maybe there's 5 years between the different lines. And would it make sense in that scenario to go ahead and build the bus base? I don't have a yes/no answer for you right now, but there would obviously be a smaller fleet just for the one line. So we might be able to come up with some type of a temporary solution. But ultimately, I think the intent is still to build the bus barn to handle the whole fleet.
Okay, thanks. I would love at some point an update on the bus barn negotiations as well. It doesn't have to be now, but that would be helpful as well. So thank you.
Happy. Yep.
Councilmember Agnew.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for helping us out a little bit with the Yakima fruit stand. Appreciate that. On the 522 line that runs into Shoreline, the light rail, it seems like 145th is going to be your bottleneck. How are you guys going to deal with going down 145th? There's not a lot of room on either side.
That's actually a great point. And instead of pulling the slide back up, we have we got a lot of traffic work going on 145th, because you're exactly right, Councilmember Andrew. We are doing some transit queue jumps, or basically bypasses at some of the bigger intersections, such as 15th. We've actually worked out some restriping of 145th down by 522, because that's a real bottleneck and getting through there. And so we're taking these smaller improvements at the bigger intersections to help the buses through there. And we're also have a joint project with Linwood Link, City of Shoreline, and WashDOT up at the interchange, because a lot of 145th traffic actually starts at the I-5 interchange and works its way back down 145th to put in. They're putting in a series of 2 roundabouts up there, they're gonna have some roundabouts, and we're gonna have a business access and transit lane leading into it. And that actually does quite a bit of work to help keep that traffic moving. And this is a project where we have some funds in there as well. So, you're right, it is busy, and we're taking a series of smaller projects to attack those pinch points as best we can to keep those buses moving. But that is a big traffic engineering challenge on 145th.
Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I'd also echo the concern of 145th and learning more about the bus barn negotiations, as Councilmember Doerr brought up. My question is around, I have a couple questions, but one of them is around ridership. Have we seen any impacts to ridership through the multiple transit agencies? And can you speak to that a little bit about what's happening right now with ridership?
Yeah, I'd be happy to try and describe what's happening. We have seen a very substantial hit to the ridership on not only light rail, but our regional express bus services. I believe the initial impact to ridership was a loss of upwards of 80 or 85% of our riders. So very substantial. It has not come back to normal levels by any means. I think that's a reflection of a lot of folks staying at home and taking the precautions that are recommended. We are, seeing a similar type of situation on many of our local roadways, but we have, yes, we have seen a big hit to ridership. It has not bounced back. I think that is part of our thinking, is that there's a big question about what is the long-term impact of this, and when do we expect ridership to return to their previous levels. I think it's anybody's guess at this point, but we do anticipate that there will be strong demand for our services going into the future. And I wish I had a crystal ball that could tell you exactly when, how, and what. So I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. And can you speak to how the station locations were picked and some of the thought process that went into that?
Yeah, actually, I will lean on Paul for description, but I think what we've been building on a corridor that already has quite high ridership, 522, and are trying to enhance those services. But Paul, if you can help me out on that, that'd be great.
Sure. The question was, how were the station locations picked in the original Sound Transit 3 put together? And Bernard's absolutely right. This is a heavily used transit corridor, so we had a nice footprint to know where a lot of the ridership is coming and going, and a companion to that is actually an effort that Lucian's been leading, is how to combine some of those stops. You know, between our stop, the BRT stops, the 522, Rex 522, King County Metro stops, how do we most combine them? So we actually had a pretty well established transit corridor, and we were able to glean a lot of information from there as to where the stops made the most sense, either nice usage today or, you know, down by the Lake Forest Town Center, you know, downtown and by the Bend, by the library in Bothell, a stop up by UW Bothell. So it's, you know, it's driven by what was there, what was the land use, what was the activity, and plus married with other existing transit use, and what, you know, what's sort of the pattern, what makes the most sense, and then how do we actually combine those routes to make them more efficient. So it's kind of a combination of all that went into these seem like appropriate places for stops. That being said, we actually did add a couple stops to the process. You know, we learned some more information. We added another stop in Bothell, actually up on Beardsley towards the 405 to help the 522 405 Bothell connection work between the two lines. So we tweaked it a little bit. We added a couple because through the process it seemed to make sense. But the original fundamental work was really what's out there today, what's we expect to be in the future as far as development, what are the patterns we're observing, and with all that information, we put together the initial list of the stops that seemed to be the appropriate places.
Okay, thank you. And when it comes to impacts of the bus barn out in Canyon Park, is there any studies that are being done on the impacts to traffic in and around that area, impacts to road maintenance, things like that? Are you guys working on anything like that?
Yes,
sure,
we are.
Yes. Part of our environmental process is those exact sort of things that you're talking about, Councilman. You know, what's the traffic, the visual, the noise, all those things are things that we have studied for environmental documentation.
Okay, so we'll get more of an update on that as it comes forward. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And last question on Lot P, the parking garage. Has there been any communication or talks about public-private partnerships with affordable housing, similar to some of the other projects where they've done with the parking garages and having some affordable elements or retail elements? Is there any conversations around that?
Yes, we've been having some conversations. And I look at Lucian as he's not his head because he's been leading this. He's been leading those conversations to what's the best use of the parking and the site, and what's the realm of possibility for that exact sort of joint development. What kind of options do we have?
Okay, I feel that would be a huge opportunity for our community. I want to say thank you very much for recognizing and acknowledging the hard work of the city and the partnership that we've created with you. Continue to look forward to working with you on behalf of our community, and ensuring we have what some would say we don't have link light rail here, but the BRT and bus rapid transit is very important to our community, especially here on the north end. So continue to look forward to working with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I know we're in very challenging times with people who are working at home and our schools on hold, University of Washington, Bothell, Cascadian. So as we move through this process, what year we're going to finally come back to reality will be interesting. However, what I really appreciate is the fact that Bothell staff and Sound Transit staff are really following this and working hard to make exceptions and adjustments as we move forward. So thank you for your work.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to echo the thanks for the presentation, and also that I'm really happy that we figured out a way around the Yakima fruit market so we won't negatively impact them. Had a couple questions. A couple of my questions were already answered. I have a couple more questions on Peace South that Councilmember McNeil addressed. As of right now, like I guess I would say I'm concerned that, you know, between Peace South and the place in Canyon Park, like these are two of the areas in our city that are zoned for some of the highest intensity use in the city. And I guess my concern is I don't want to see that turn into like a, you know, 2-story parking garage right in the middle of our area. Like, can you assuage my nervousness about that and kind of tell me what are some of the things that you're planning there? What will that look like? You know, I don't want it to be this kind of hole in the middle of our downtown where we store cars during the day.
Lucian, would you like to weigh in on that? That'd be great.
Yeah, certainly. I would just kind of echo that it's also in Sound Transit's interest to reach its highest and best use. You know, in terms of having affordable housing in this location, in terms of having riders actually live where they would be using the service. So right now we are having a group of consultants look into a series of development scenarios that would look into the feasibility of how we could partner with a private developer and deliver housing at this location. We will be having a series of meetings with the city to better understand kind of how those plans will fit in with what the code requirements are and what there might be with flexibility in terms of parking allowances, and should be ramping up public outreach afterwards once we have more certainty on actually buying the site. But I just would like to echo that it is also a priority for us, for it not to just be a parking garage.
Okay, fantastic. And same for up in Canyon Park. I know we have some stuff around that right now, but like, would you say that same ethic holds true for the Regional Growth Center in Canyon Park as well?
I'll speak to that. We are working with the Community Development Director, Mr. Cotterman, and the Planning Commission on the proposed land use changes in that area. We're looking at a number of different possibilities on how to, you know, keep the area whole, for a lack of a better term. We, frankly, some of the different types of uses that are envisioned for that area are not compatible with a bus base. So we are trying to understand the broader situation in the Canyon Park sub area, and certainly want to support the Regional Growth Center designation and not threaten your future development. We think that the stop that will be built at Canyon Park on 405 will certainly support that growth center, but also understanding, you know, it's a 12-acre site that we are planning to site our bus base on. We want to minimize any negative impacts we have. So we're still working on that with the city, yes. Okay, fantastic. I would just say my other concern I have about that is, you know, that's 12 acres in our Regional Growth Center that we will not see property tax revenue from forever. And I understand that you guys are an essential service. I'm an enormous fan of transit. I'm not trying to light you up, but as we look at budget concerns moving forward, you know, when we have that land essentially just be a bus barn, like that hits us in the wallet quite a bit forever. And we have budget problems right now. So when I look at these two really valuable sets of land that are zoned for some of the highest intensity,
being used as something that's not really going to give us much tax revenue moving forward, that I don't like that for the long term. If you want to respond, you can. I just wanted to get that out.
Oh, I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I do understand these are extremely difficult facilities to site throughout the region. The service is very popular almost everywhere we go. The facilities to support that service are universally unpopular. So we are trying to find a good path forward. We hope that that our BRT service makes these growth centers that much more attractive. So we hope that counterbalances some of the negative impacts we have. But we're
sure, and I understand that it is in service of an absolute good. So another question I had, we're looking at roughly a 300 cars parking garage in downtown Bothell. Is there any secured parking for micromobility, for bikes, for scooters, for one wheels, for things that maybe don't fit on a bus but take up a lot less room than a car?
I am going to turn to Paul on that one. We are trying to build in facilities at our stations that accommodate these different uses. I'm not quite as familiar with the site specifics in downtown Bothell. Paul, we got you muted.
Yeah. I got my phone. It's on muted. All right. That's a great question, and that's one thing we work with, particularly like on the charging stations and electric cars. What's the city's what our sound? We have a very robust sustainability program, green building program. So we are very much excited about that sort of stuff. We also work with the cities and what their requirements are and what we'd like to achieve for some of that. And the electric chargers comes to my mind today because we're having this whole discussion about this at another parking garage. But we also recognize that there's other modes of transportation, that first mile, that last mile, that scooter, that electric bike, and everything. When we start to build these things, we think about, what is that? What is some of the other ways that folks are going to be going and coming from there? A lot of it's pretty clear with, we're going to have this many charging stations for cars, but the other stuff is, and we're going to have so many bike facilities, but what about electric bikes and scooters? That's all part of our consideration when we're looking at our facilities, is how do we make these as sustainable as we can? And we have a very nice sustainability program at Sound Transit, which is great that we have that kind of support as we move forward to design things.
And just to piggyback off of that, I would clarify that for the lot piece site specifically, we're definitely not there at that level of design yet. And those are definitely considerations that we will prioritize in terms of connecting all types of users to transit. But at this point, it's going to very much depend on the kind of adjacent use or kind of on top of use developments that we're trying to make happen. That'll kind of then feed into what opportunities we have for those connections. I will say at the 405 522 Transit Hub, it's very much been a priority. Our connection to the North Creek Trail there, and also putting in bike lockers as well.
Fantastic. So there'll probably be a different time in the future for me to give feedback on this.
Yes.
Cool. I'm good then. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I won't keep you very long. I guess what I have to say is more comments than questions. I would like to echo what the rest of council has said, is thanking you for the way that you've worked with our staff. They're a great team, and it looks like you have good communication back and forth, which means you're a good team. One thing that impressed me as you were talking is we've lived in Bothell since the 80s, and Bothell has always been the end of the line. And it sounds like with that's our calling, is to be the end of the line. Thank you for Yakima Fruit Market. That's a huge piece of our community. I am concerned about every community. I understand where Sound Transit is gone. Every community that Sound Transit has touched has given a lot. And so it's not just us. I'm not going to sit here and have a little pity party that we're giving a lot. But the two pieces of the parking garage and the bus barn are huge things for our city to shoulder. We are in desperate need to be able to maintain our roads. The buses are going to make that harder. And we are in desperate need to have a sustainable revenue. And those two things are going to make it a lot harder. So the more that you keep that in mind, that is a burden that is a heavy burden for Bothell, and you find a way to remediate that, the happier and more vibrant we're going to be. So I would just like to encourage you to always keep that in your forethought, in the front of your head as you're thinking about planning for the things you need for transit. Also think about the needs of the community. And thank you for coming before us tonight.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. I too appreciate you working with our staff at the city and your own Sound Transit staff working and finding a solution for Yakima Fruit Market. I think that's a great win for everybody. I also appreciate you acknowledging the value of Peace South and looking at getting more than just a parking garage out of it, trying to get highest and best use. As it is part of our downtown, trying to keep it integrated and make it more of a living part instead of the black hole that it definitely could be. So I know there's talk about how ridership really cratered there for a while. Do you have any data on how much it has come back to date so far?
Not at, unfortunately, I do not this evening. We can certainly follow up with better information. It has not rebounded to what it used to be, but there has been some bounce back. So we'll certainly follow up and can send that to you via Ms. Phillips.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to find out about. And also, I think a number of council members have talked about the impacts of the bus base and the buses will have getting in and out of the bus base and accessing 405. And especially with the potential for battery buses, which are typically heavier than just the standard buses. So real concerns about the impact on our existing roadways and the reconstruction or just what the project would do to kind of future-proof those roadways. Because once you get those kind of connections to 405 and the bus base, I mean, you really don't want to interrupt it with rebuilding roadways. So once again, thank you for your presentation.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Council, for having us. We did take up more time than we anticipated, but really appreciate the questions and your indulgence for us to come in and give you an update on where we are. We are certainly going to take back everything we heard tonight. I would also like to thank the staff that we have a lot of difficult issues to work through, and we're diving into more and more detail, but we really appreciate the cooperative partnership we have here. And I do also want to emphasize that our intent is to bring an asset to the community, something that not only Sound Transit will be proud of, but also something that the city will be proud of and use a lot. So very much appreciate that these are difficult times, and some of the project components may be more popular than others, and we are certainly trying to deliver the best project that we possibly can and be sensitive to the community setting so that we fit properly. But again, thank you very much for the better part of an hour this evening.
Thank you.
All right, on to our next item. We have council committee reports. Does anyone have a report they'd like to make? Windows are all jumping around trying to keep track of where everyone lands. All right, seeing none. Visitor comments. I understand we have a few write-in comments and then also some live comments.
Okay, sorry about that. I seem to have locked up there. Yes, we have one written visitor comment was received from Brian Mitchell regarding AB 20-130 and the drone donation. So that item was pulled. And that comment was forwarded to the city council. And then we received two requests for live comment, one from Rami Al-Kabra regarding the drone, and one from Brian Pickrell regarding the Hummel investigation. So I am having a little bit of trouble with my system here, but I'm going to unmute. I'm going to send unmute request because the numbers are not showing up in front of the call-ins. So Rami Al-Kabra, are you on the line? Could you please unmute your phone and you have 3 minutes to speak. I don't know if this is going to work. I've sent request unmute request. The numbers are not showing up in front of the.
You may have to unmute everyone and go from there.
Okay. All kinds of problems here.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Rami, is that you?
That's Rami, yes.
Okay, Rami Al-Kabra, if you're on the line, you have 3 minutes to speak. Just so you know, AB 20-130 on the drone was withdrawn this evening.
Yes, I understand that. I wanted to mention because the mayor mentioned that it's going to be brought up at a later date. So I hope I'm going to ask a question for the future, if that's okay.
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I don't see feedback. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
So, honorable city council members and esteemed city manager and city government staff, my name is Rami Al-Kabra. I've been a resident of West Hill neighborhood for 11 years. I'm also an American Muslim and leader in the Muslim community here in Bothell, who constantly worries about my family's and the Muslim community's safety. And I request that you address the question because it's a very important topic for me, my community, and other people of color regarding this AB 20-130. I understand it's been withdrawn from this particular meeting, but I hope for the future because it was brought up last time during the last meeting, and Chief Super committed to forming community commission or council to help develop the policies around drone use. We've been trying to contact him. I understand he's out of office, but we were hoping that we get contact back from his office, but we haven't heard back. Is the city going to include the communities of color in drone use policies? That's the first question. And there were 4 reasons given for why this single drone will have a positive impact from the agenda. And as I mentioned in the beginning, I've been a resident for 11 years. I haven't seen any need for the use of drone for surveillance, let alone having just one drone do all that work that was listed. So I'd like to ask the City Council, why do you believe that this is the case in the future for this drone? Because frankly, I'm very concerned about the possibility of the drone to be used against the Muslim community and the people of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the line, we have Brian Pickrell regarding the Hummel investigation. Mr. Pickrell, are you there? Can you hear me? I'm gonna unmute all. Mr. Pickrell, can you hear me? I don't see his number. The numbers are not showing up, so I don't know if he is here. And I'm going to, and the unmute all is not working. So, okay. Give me 1 second, please.
Sorry, I was locked on a mute. So if you can unlock everybody.
I'm trying, thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. Pickrell, are you with us?
I'm showing that everyone is still locked in mute mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's take a 5-minute break to sort out some of our technical challenges. We'll be back at 7:07. Right. Welcome back. I believe we've taken care of our technical challenges here.
Well, we hope so. And so I'm going to ask for Mr. Brian Pickrell. If you are on the line, please unmute yourself and then you have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Pickrell, are you there? I don't show that he's on the line, but he wanted to speak regarding the Hummel investigation. So.
Okay.
And that's all we have for general public comment. We did, however, receive public comment that was written form from several people. So I'm going to go down the list of who we received written comment from. We received written comment from Sarah Gustafson. She submitted her comments regarding the diversity, equity, inclusion position. Cameron Chapman submitted written comments regarding the DEI position. Amy Karnosh submitted written comments regarding the DEI position. Tanyan Gable submitted written comments regarding the DEI position. Jonathan Caceres, I hope I'm saying these names right, submitted written comments regarding the DEI position. And I'm sorry, these are under the budget. I'm sorry. So I can keep going, but these are under the budget. We'll come back to those. Sorry.
So Laura, I am Laura.
Yeah, is this Laura Escude?
Yes, I
Yes, we will call
my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Escude, we will call on you when we get to the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we'll move on to our next item, which is consent agenda. So I'll look for a motion. Councilmember McAuliffe.
Your name, or you? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I was butt dial. I'm sorry. I butt dialed you. Yeah. You know, once you do that, you can't stop it. Fucking go.
Councilmember McAuliffe, were you making a motion?
Well, shut your filter out. Good, you're doing good. Okay. Oh, listen, I might not be there tomorrow. I got doctor's appointment at 9 o'clock.
City.
Yeah, let me see if I can squeeze out of here.
Councilmember Agnew.
All right.
I move we pass consent agenda with 2130 being pulled.
Councilmember Dewar.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with 20-130 withdrawn. Second by Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I did.
Do you like those cucumbers?
Yes, they're excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember McAuliffe, you need to please mute your mic.
Okay, Deputy, when I call your name, please say yay or nay. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yay.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yay.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Yay.
Councilmember McNeil.
Yay.
Mayor Olson.
Yay.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yay.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yay.
Passes 7-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. So on to our public hearings, AB 20-135. So public hearing regarding updates to the storm and surface water master plan. So I'll now open the public hearing on this item. So it looks like we have Surface Water Supervisor Janet Gear.
Yes, hello, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm having trouble with my video getting it started here, so I'm going to go ahead and share the presentation, and you can get started with that. Okay. I believe you can see that now.
Yep.
Okay. So thank you for allowing me to present this evening. Again, my name is Janet Gear. I'm the supervisor for the Storm and Surface Water Division of Public Works, and I'm here to present on our Storm and Surface Water Master Plan update. So our master plan, just like the other utility comp plans, is our basic strategic business plan to provide direction for utility efforts, to ensure continued compliance with state and federal regulations, and to highlight key elements that should be addressed within the planning period. This is a minor update to the 2015 plan. We did a pretty major overhaul in 2015. Key elements for review within each plan update are, let's see, for operations, we do staffing and equipment, public inspections, maintenance activities, sweeping, permit compliance, and spill response. For administration, we again look at staffing and equipment, private inspections, pollution source control activities. That includes education and outreach, technical assistance, construction activities, that type of thing. Stormwater permit compliance, stream monitoring, record keeping, and state and federal reporting. During this time, we also look at projects, both built and the natural environment projects. Our watershed management, which we have grouped into surface water management areas, and financial services and activities where we gather information to inform rate studies, our billing services, utility accounting, and asset replacement. So for our 2015 plan, the 2015 plan was really solid and provided great direction for moving us forward. Some priority action items that we completed during the 15 to 20 planning period include, for low impact development, we did a full code review and integration, staff training, community outreach, and standard updates to make LID the preferred method for new and redevelopment. For our city stormwater screening for spills and illicit connections, we did a lot of extensive GIS field edits and review of our system for any illegal connections or discharges into our storm system. We also updated our stormwater design manual for new and reconstruction. Utility rate structure and billing methods, we have annually reviewed our rate structure, and we did a thorough review of our county billing methods to see whether that was still the most effective and efficient method for collecting fees. For public inspection and maintenance, we implemented a maintenance management system called Lucidity, which did a really, really great job of helping us communicate in surface water with operations. We implemented inspection zones. So to increase efficiencies, we created 12 different zones. So each month we move through inspections, and then that subsequent maintenance moves efficiently throughout the system. Our operations staff did a really great job. Just to give you an example, we have to inspect and clean every public catch basin within the system. That's over 8,000. We have about 8,500 right now. And so we developed a circuit method to be efficient in doing that inspection and subsequent maintenance to make sure we meet that every 2-year requirement. And we looked at our sweeping system. And so we created mapping for sweeping zones to make sure, again, that those are maximizing for safety and pollution efficiency. For private facility inspection and maintenance, we also created inspection zones that helps private facility owners understand when we're going to be there for inspections. We updated our forms, we created resources to assist private owners with any maintenance, and we hired a code compliance officer to achieve voluntary compliance with pollution prevention and those required maintenance activities. For record keeping, tracking, and internal coordination, again, software was a big deal this last round. Did a great job implementing Lucidity, which helps us with our record keeping and tracking for state and federal compliance. Laserfiche, which really helps us with contracts and keeping track of things throughout the retention period for public records requests, that type of thing. Naming conventions, we came up with standard conventions so that other people can fully understand how we're categorizing and tracking our records, and improve project communication through mapping activities. This was a really great effort with capital and the utilities, where we sit down and we map all of the smaller projects so that when we have a transportation or overlay, we're doing that necessary utility work to make sure that we're reducing construction costs and disruptions for Bothell customers, residents, and businesses. And then watershed management approach. So this was the initial grouping of watershed management areas to create goals and direct activities. So for our 21 update, in addition to continuing those 2015 priority actions, we've added actions for upcoming needs. Many of these are required under our ecology municipal stormwater permit. For example, we are going to continue review of new low impact development techniques and requirements to continue to make sure that those are the preferred method. We have a requirement for long-range comprehensive planning. So we're working with community development, fire, and GIS to integrate our findings into their existing programs and to help inform our next citywide comprehensive plan update. For watershed delineation and prioritization, we were a little bit ahead of the curve in 2015, creating those surface water management areas, but they were based on land use and they strayed outside of the subbasin boundaries. So what we did with the new surface water management areas, where we tailored them to stay within drainage areas, they meet the ecology basin size and criteria requirements. They're similar in amount of monitoring available data points so that one wouldn't inadvertently gather more data than another and then would rise up the list. And they allow for goal and activity setting according to their opportunities and constraints. A big lift that came from ecology is the business source control program. So we'll be implementing a pollution source control program for existing developments and business activities. And so what that will look like is inspector will go out and help existing businesses to make sure they've got all the best management practices they need on hand to reduce pollution sources as much as possible on site. Community-based social marketing strategy. So we've been required to do this in the past, but what we do is changing polluting behaviors is far less expensive and more efficient than treating polluted runoff. So we work regionally, sub-regionally, and locally to develop and implement programs that address personal behaviors that cause or contribute to stormwater pollution. So community-based social marketing is you take research to determine specific pollutants and then determine the appropriate target audience for that. You develop and implement a program that helps that target audience to either alter or begin a new behavior. And then you evaluate at the end to determine program effectiveness, any lessons learned, and recommendations for adaptive management going forward. For project identification and prioritization, we'll continue that annual mapping exercise that we have done previously. It's been very successful in implementing projects together with the capital facilities plan. And then we're going to be looking at a facility retrofit plan. And so what this is, for example, is our stormwater ponds. We'll be looking at existing to improve flow control through additional storage and water quality treatment. So comments on the draft, just wanted to let you know that, originally we'd planned to offer multiple in-person outreach opportunities, such as hosting tables at Public Works Open House, Sustainamania, school events, and other city planned events. But due to COVID, we weren't able to do that. So we launched a virtual and as much as possible, trying to get the word out to solicit comments on our draft. So we had a website banner, we had multiple social media posts, e-news article, and the Fall Bothell Bridge. We did a month-long virtual open house with links to online forms that they could fill out to provide comment. We solicited feedback on the rough draft in written format and both in verbal format as well. And then at the end of that process for the public hearing, we also updated that virtual page to include instructions for commenting during the public hearing period. Just to let you know, common themes that we got back were, one, wanted to make sure we mentioned that I guess the way it was written, we were discussing the private levy system that's in the North Creek Business Park, and a few residents were concerned that we were taking on the inspection and maintenance of that. So we made it abundantly clear that is not the intent. What we were doing is making sure we're overseeing the inspection and maintenance activities to ensure that we're reducing flooding to the maximum extent possible. For the private facility inspection and maintenance, there were several folks that spoke up that did not feel that we should be taking on any maintenance of private facilities. And so we went back and made sure we were very clear about our current practices, which are that private facilities, we go out and we inspect. If there's any deficiencies, we issue them in order to maintain, and we work with them to provide, technical assistance as we can to make sure that they can maintain those systems. And then surface water management areas, there was a lot of interest in people wanting to be part of the goal and activity setting. And so we responded to each of those folks, and then, just again, letting everybody know that the intent is to have a public process for each one of those surface water management areas, so people have the opportunity to provide their input for both the goals and activities that might take place in each one of those areas. We had a couple specific project-related questions, which were answered. And then a couple questions on low impact development for infiltration and various techniques. And so just to let you know, there were some questions on infiltration in certain areas. And so as a part of each project, people are required to submit a drainage report. And as part of that, they're looking at infiltration for soils, any groundwater existing. There was a question about aquifers, and we do have some regional aquifers and some localized areas where the groundwater potentially seeps, which is why it's so important with each of those individual projects that we obtain the infiltration rates to make sure that those will work on site. There were a couple questions about various techniques, bioswales, rain gardens, and other stormwater proprietary systems. And so again, we make sure that the technique is going to fit those site conditions. And if they're not, then we work with them to make sure that they do function as designed. So those were some of the comments that we received. And then next steps. So if approved, we will be using this as our guiding document through 2025. We'll begin those surface water management area goal and activity setting with public outreach, probably starting in the next month. And we'll begin to populate our work plan for 21-22 with those actions and activities to make sure that we meet our goals. And with that, thank you so much. I will stop sharing, and I'm happy to take your questions. As soon as I can figure it out.
In the meantime, City Clerk, did we have any comments on this public hearing?
We did not.
Sorry, for some reason it's not letting me do this.
No problem. Councilmember Dewar?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Janet. Great presentation. I was really interested in the stormwater pollution program. It sounds like you're doing a lot of really great work there, and I'm glad to see the Lucity system is proving its worth. My main comment is around climate change. It looks from the packet that we know it's something to deal with, but and tell me if I'm mischaracterizing, but it would appear that we're not actually doing anything in response to climate change. And I'm curious if it's because we just can't forecast future impacts, or I guess my main concern is that we're doing projects that are not, that will have to serve the future impacts of climate change as a variable, and yet we're not adjusting those projects to meet those needs in any way, shape, or form. But maybe I'm mischaracterizing. So I just wondered if you could maybe speak to that a little bit.
Janet, are you still there? If you're trying to speak, you're on mute.
Sorry. Oh, technology. Okay, so yes, definitely. One of the things what we're looking for is some more certainty in the modeling. We were just meeting on this, and our consultants that are working with us on the master plan are gathering the data. UW is just finishing up some really important work on this. And for example, what they were seeing in the beginning was increase in 24-hour events, and where the models are showing now is increase in a couple of hour events. You know, a huge amount within a couple of hour time period. And so if we increase capacity at that point, it still might not capture it, if that makes sense. And so what we were wanting to do is get a little bit more certainty in the data. The other thing that we were looking at is WashDOT, for example, is upsizing their systems by, like, say, 20% each time, just to account for climate change. But we want to make sure that we're being as efficient and effective as possible. And so sometimes that would be really effective. In others, we're going to increase the cost, but it won't have the benefit that we're seeking. And so you're absolutely correct. We are working on this. It is one of those things that we have in the plan. We just are looking for a little bit more certainty in the modeling so that we can give you direction that we feel really confident in the information, that we're not going to either upsize something needlessly or we're going to upsize something and it won't capture the flooding events.
So can you give me an idea of how that's going to work? Because we're passing this plan, I presume, today. But there's nothing in the section about climate change that talks about the modeling or time frame and how that will impact future projects. So I'd be nice to have something a little more concrete regarding, like, waiting for you to have information or whatever it is, because what's currently in this plan is very, very vague and doesn't even really talk about us addressing it at all, other than we know it's out there.
Right. Certainly, we can add additional language in there. What we were trying to do is, because it's a 5-year, planning period, didn't want to put a stamp on it until we actually had that data back and felt really confident that we could make, some concrete changes within our design manual. I will tell you that within this current stormwater permit for phase 1s, they have to update their design manual. And what we were kind of looking for is, once they update theirs and they've had their chance looking at the modeling, that we often adopt as a phase 2 after phase 1. So it'll likely happen within the next 5-year period. I just didn't want to put something in there and set a date to it without having certainty that we would have confidence in the data.
Yeah, and I completely respect that. I guess I'm just thinking, do we really have 5 years before we adjust? It doesn't seem to me that it makes sense to do nothing in the next 5 years when we have ongoing projects happening. So it would be nice to have a plan that doesn't mean we're holding off on addressing climate change impacts until 2025. I mean, I know it's a fine balance, but that would be my concern.
Okay, we can definitely take a look at that and see if there's further way we can refine the information. Or Jennifer, I'm looking here. Are you thinking of could it be a supplemental after this that would provide more detail, or what would be the best way forward?
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly come back in a year if you'd like to see an update. I mean, it sounds like it's really important to get the data from the university. So I would say that we schedule it for maybe an update and a refresh in a year. And then council we can share what we've learned from the university and the data, and then be able to add additional environmental and sustainability goals or things that would be of interest for the council related to climate change. Would that be satisfactory?
It would, and I appreciate that. I guess I'm just trying to understand I guess I'm trying to understand, for projects that are going to be happening in the short term, does that mean we're not addressing potential increase in capacity needs, let's just say, for stormwater runoff? Because we don't have the data, so therefore we're just going to do what we always do. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah,
I think that's the thing that the staff are trying to articulate is we can't make changes because we don't know what those changes are. So I think the opportunity to be able to get that data back, analyze it, and say, yes, these are the changes that we anticipate, and then adjust the plan accordingly is what we're asking for. So maybe give us 6 months or a year to be able to do that and come back to you. So the
Okay.
answer to your question is yes. But arbitrarily making changes, the staff feels it wouldn't be based on anything in particular, right? It would just be arbitrary. And so for a plan like this, it's very data driven. Would prefer to have the opportunity to have it data driven and come back with concrete recommendations.
I completely understand and agree. My only concern is doing projects that don't that we know don't meet the need, right?
Understood.
And then I just wanted to give a shout out and appreciation for you letting us know what the comments were and how you addressed them, because I think that's always really great. Citizens and residents have to because I can't hear myself. There's some noise going on. Anyway, thank you for all.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, if you could see my binder here, it's full of Post-it notes because stormwater just really floats my boat, literally and figuratively. So I'll try not to be too random, and I'll try to focus on just a few things. One, well, thank you. Thank you for explaining the social marketing strategy, because that was a confusing point to me, and it's a great tool for us to have to interface with the needs of stormwater. And then we don't, if I understand correctly, we don't monitor recharging of the aquifers, but if we're maintaining infiltration, then we're confident that we're helping out the aquifers.
That's correct. So what we're doing is we're making sure that we can infiltrate in areas where it's safe to do so, and that we don't add water where the existing groundwater table is too high, to where we're causing a flooding issue.
Okay. Well, it's always interesting. I live on the same hill as the campus, and in the winter when it gets real soggy and wet, we know, and that's true for all of Bothell. I mean, Spring Hill sits up behind Blythe Park, and the springs are all over the place. And when the ground gets saturated, you see where those little underground streams are. Let's see. Stormwater. I was just sitting here thinking that it's what makes it so, I think, so important to many of us is that it's just not the life water for the land that we sit on right now, but it's downstream. So when we think about what's going down our drains, I just really appreciate how the city of Bothell and Raya 8 and people are growing awareness of that whole dynamic. I did have a question on bioswales. When you go to inspect them, just out of curiosity, what do you find is a common issue as a bioswale gets older that needs to be addressed?
Sometimes I would say there's two things. One would be vegetation. So it's really important to maintain vegetation within those systems, but not allow it to become overgrown to where it doesn't have any of that capacity to allow for the water to reside, and then uptake within the vegetative strait. And then sediment loading. So if you have too much vegetation and it's holding on to all of that sediment in there, then you're reducing capacity. And so that's where we get some, flooding or issues with clogging, that type of thing. And so those would be the two things: vegetation and sediment removal.
Sounds like my front lawn. Just dug out a new little trough and pulled some plants out for that very, very same reason. I also appreciate I saw the comments on how to inspect, who bears the inspection costs for bioswales, and I appreciated that there was what seemed like an equitable, more fair balance in where developments could take that on. They're responsible. And for individuals, the city is giving them some help. If I'm understanding that correctly, I appreciated that. And then also, I have a fondness for bioswales and tree boxes. I think that they're important for our mental health and our air health and our physical health. I think they can serve a dual service for both stormwater and providing protection for pedestrians and cyclists. Do you see bioswales and tree boxes becoming more commonplace in our planning throughout the city, or is it really hard to fit them in?
No, actually, definitely we see more of that coming in, and with the low impact development requirements, for both new and redevelopment, they are required to look at those types of systems. Typically, we see a lot of bioswales go in because they are easier to fit within, along roadways or planter strips. There's a smaller amount of space that they're taking up. Otherwise, some of the other facilities can be quite large and take up a lot more space. So no, we still continue to see those going in, and they keep refining the tree box designs to improve them and provide, additional vegetation that, like you said, provides both a aesthetic value and a stormwater function.
Yeah. Oh, that's music to my ears. I think you made my evening. Have you have vaults and ponds changed in construction dramatically over the last, say, 20 years or so? Or are they pretty much function the same way and go in the same way?
I would say they've changed quite a bit over time. Simple things like the dead storage area, the water quality benefit certainly has increased because they're providing more both dead and live storage. Whereas they did not so much in the past. It was more of a temporary with, just going into overflow mode. And so I would say they've improved over time.
That's interesting. Okay. Well, thank you. I warned Jennifer that I was going to do a shout out to my neighborhood, and I don't know if I should be competitive with my fellow council members, but I've said before, my little virtue signaling is clearing off the storm drains during this time of year. And my neighborhood totally blew my OCD out of the water. I've been walking around and they all the storm drains are clear. So see if I can throw down an unofficial and not too competitive challenge, see if your neighborhoods can do the same thing. So thank you very much for the presentation, and this was a really great read. I really appreciated it.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
I move the recommended action.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to conduct the public hearing and approve the 2021 Storm and Surface Water Master Plan update, and with a second by Deputy Mayor Zorns. Any discussion on the item? All right, seeing none. City Clerk.
Please say yay or nay when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yay.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yay.
Councilmember McCullough?
Yay.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yay.
Mayor Olson?
Yay.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yay.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yay.
Passes 7-0.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Janet, for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, on to our next item, AB 20-136, public hearing and presentation of the draft 2021-2027 Capital Facilities Plan. So looking for Director Bothell.
And Mr. Mayor, would you like to open the public hearing?
I will do that. So we will now open a public hearing for AB 20-136. I can hardly wait to see where Director Bothell is in his house tonight. Oh, there it is.
Good evening. I'm going to share a presentation. All right, so I have a brief introduction for you, and then I'll turn it over to the project team to go through the projects. So the capital facilities plan of the CFP is the city's 6-year plan for capital improvements or capital projects. It is required by the Growth Management Act, and it's updated every 2 years at the same time that we do budget development. And the first 2 years of the CFP are included in the biennial budget. So earlier this year, it became obvious that capital revenues were going to be impacted by the pandemic. And so staff recommended an abbreviated update process. The focus of that process was a realignment of resources and projects in the 19 through 25 CFP. Specifically, we reforecasted revenues, updated project cost, funding packages and timelines, and then rescheduled projects based on the availability of resources. And I have a note that a mid-cycle adjustment is possible. We will be monitoring capital revenues really closely, and if they perform better than our expectations, we will come back to you during the mid-biennial budget adjustment with a possible adjustment to the CFP as well. So as I mentioned, the first step in the process was to reforecast revenues or update our revenue forecast. So I'll share the results of that with you. The real estate excise tax forecast was revised down by 37%. Impact fees, that forecast was revised down by 45%. And grants and other funding sources were reviewed and updated individually. They function a little differently, and so they needed a little closer look at each one of them, but they were also looked at. So I have 3 graphs that I'm going to show you before I turn it over to the project team. The first is the real estate excise tax. It's got the history back to 2001, and it also includes the forecasting period, so it goes out to 2027. And the first thing I want to point out is that REIT is really volatile. So real estate excise tax collections appear to trend with the economy. You can see back in 2001, when we were in a recession, real estate excise tax collections were really low. Then again, during the Great Recession, kind of almost in the middle of the chart, you can see they were really low again. And then towards the right, you can see the last 6 years of this is the forecast for the biennial budget that's coming up, plus the 4 years after that. And you can see that we're not forecasting an event like 2001 or 2009, but it is possible. So if that happens, it's something we need to kind of be on our toes and ready to address. The other thing I want to mention is that real estate excise tax 1, so half of our REIT that the city gets in REIT is supposed to be used for the city hall lease payments. And I'm going to show you as a relative value, that green line is the value of the debt service that's expected to be paid with real estate excise tax 1, the first 0.25%. So you can see that in the upcoming biennium, there's a gap there. And the city manager has got it in the preliminary budget that would be funded with the general fund revenues or resources. It becomes a little narrower gap into the future. We do have that considered in the 6-year financial forecast. It's in the budget as well. So next I have impact fees, and specifically this graph shows traffic impact fees. Again, I want to point out how volatile they are. Back in 2009, you can see they were really, really low. You can also see we've got the forecast for 21 to 27 on here. You can see we're not forecasting anything quite that bad. But again, if it happens, we'll have to be poised to deal with it. And then traffic impact fees are also responsible for some debt service, specifically with Crossroads and associated with the downtown redevelopment. And the green line there is the amount, the approximate value of that debt service. So what you can see is that traffic impact fees are largely committed to debt service for the foreseeable future. And then my final slide for you is the 21-22 CFP funding mix. So this just gives you an idea of the relative size of, or where the funding is coming from for the upcoming biennium. The largest funding source is the proceeds from the Public Safety Capital Bond. This is the fire station rebuilding bonds, just over $30 million. Then the next largest is grants and other agency money. This is money that's coming into our community from external sources. That's really a good news thing. Utilities is next, and they are required to fund their own capital projects. So that is paid effectively by ratepayers. And then the next two are the ones I just talked about, impact fees and real estate excise tax. They're relatively small compared to some of the others, but they're really important because these are the funds that we use as matching funds to bring in some of the grants and to work on some of the interagency projects that bring significant investments into our community. And then smaller, we've got special levies with the Safe Streets and Sidewalks levy and the fire station bond, capital bond levy. That's the debt service that's going to pay back the public safety capital bond. And then we have general fund, which is primarily the contribution to the city hall lease payments and a couple other much smaller revenues. So unless there's any questions, I'm going to hand it over to the project team to tell you about the projects that are in the CFP.
All right, so I think that's my cue to go ahead and get started here. Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to ask, as I was reading through the capital facilities plan, it talked about financial strategies. And I think this is probably the most appropriate time to talk about it because it seems to me some big decisions were made, and I think council should be talking about them. So I'm referring to page 288 of the packet. And it talks about fiscal strategies incorporated into past CFPs that include a minimum of 10% of projected revenues from REIT will be designated as opportunity funds. $1 million REIT receipts are held in reserve. Councilmatic general obligation debt services should not exceed REIT revenue estimates unless other secure funding is identified. And a minimum of 1/2 of one-time revenue transfers are allocated as follows: 24% park improvements and 25% improvements. The statement that I find alarming is that the above fiscal strategy is suspended for this CFP update and definitely thereafter. I have concern that this is in the packet and presumed, but we haven't had any discussion about it. And I mean, there are reasons that these strategies have been in place before. And I just want to make sure the rest of council is okay doing away with them for this additional future cycles. Probably most concerning are the 10% of projected revenues designated as opportunity funds. I understand that we're in a crisis, but there's a reason why we have opportunity funds, and so to get rid of it completely is a little bit concerning.
So, I'm sorry.
And then maybe you could just go through and explain the impacts of spending these strategies that we've employed in the past and what that impact is.
Yeah, so it's a great comment and definitely something that we're happy to highlight. The economic reality of the CFP is that we're in really difficult times as a city in the budget as well as the CFP. The truth is that those strategies that were there, the $1 million that was supposed to be set aside, the 10% of projects, those things, they weren't happening. And the primary reason that they weren't happening was downtown cleanup, a really ambitious CFP, lease payments on City Hall that we were having a difficult time, executing the strategy for. And so the economic reality of that is that money isn't there. And that's the reason that the CFP, we also suspended the call for new projects for the CFP update. And the reason that was done is that there just isn't money to fund this very ambitious, a really ambitious CFP. And unfortunately, these strategies that were, documented as being there, the money just isn't there right now. And that's the reason. So the conversation, and those aren't council adopted CFP priorities. Those are things that were layered into the the CFP document and that the CFP committee was talking about and stuff. But we're just not in a situation to be able to fund those things right now. The one thing that I think I didn't pull up the packet because last time I scrambled and I got really disoriented. But I'm fairly certain that there is a comment in there that says that next time we assemble the CFP committee, the full CFP committee, that we will revisit the strategies and figure out if in fact some of those should come back, if we should make funding those things a priority and have a really honest conversation about what the strategies are. I think that the strategies, I apologize if you said it, but I think there is a list of the strategies that were used to develop the CFP. And the fiscal strategies were basically like, let's keep things moving and be real about our finances. And unfortunately, that's where we're at right now. But I think it's a really powerful comment. I'm glad you brought it up because it's something that we are going to need to talk about next time we get the CFP committee together. So I know that's probably a really unsatisfying response, but it's just the truth of where we're at financially.
Well, I think I have two comments about that. One is that we weren't doing it, it sounds like. So we have these policies or strategies that we weren't actually doing anyway. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's, I'll tell you just to probably a little too much detail, but it's on a spreadsheet. It's on a spreadsheet showing a negative. And it's just because we have to fund project cleanup and projects that are going on. And yeah, the money just wasn't there.
So are you saying we have no money in the opportunity fund at all? At all? I mean, I guess I was under the impression we had some money, but it sounds like we have no money in the opportunity fund at this point.
Yeah, the opportunity fund. I mean, one of the things that I would recommend that we do when we go in and open this thing back up and get the committee together, reassemble the committee, is to really understand the color of money issues. The opportunity fund, I suppose those would be unrestricted general fund like monies that we could use for any purpose. But what funds capital projects, a lot of the money that's in there has strings attached. So we could probably find a little bit of money for a certain type of project, but we have to be really respectful of the color of money issues that come along with it. So we do have some fund balance in at the end of this year, we're going to have very little REIT 1 revenue, REIT 1 fund balance because of we're going to have to make up for some of the city hall lease payment shortfall based on what I showed you in the real estate excise tax graph. REIT 2, we've got a little bit of fund balance, but it has significant strings attached to it. And then non-REIT sources for capital projects which would be kind of the unrestricted stuff, is basically gone because of downtown cleanup. So yeah, there's some money to spend, but there's a lot of strings attached and it's very small.
And
So
also
when you
keep
say
in
color
mind-
of money,
I just
what
want
you're
to also remind the council for the economic, for that fund, that money was utilized for the Economic Opportunity Fund. That money was utilized to purchase back the property at the city hall from the hotel.
Oh, yeah, thank you. But that's why I remembered that there was money and why I was confused.
And that's what it was used for. That's why there was no money left in the fund.
So that leads to another question, but I gotta finish my first thought. So when you say color of money, what you're meaning is money with strings attached that can only be spent in certain ways. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Just wanted to clarify that. And then my second comment was, this is why I was very concerned about canceling the CFP process, because it sounds like this is a really important and timely discussion to have. So I just want to throw that out there. This seems significant to me. So I'd like to make sure that when we do the CFP project or process again, that we make sure that this is best. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Quick question, because I'm not trusting my memory on this. We cannot refinance the loan on City Hall for another, is it 9 years?
It's possible 2025.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, so about the time we can refinance it, we'll probably be in much better financial shape. And okay, all right. So that's not even at the end of the tunnel. That's way past. So thank you.
All right, I think we can move back to Director Stroop.
All right, so let me go ahead and put my presentation up here. All right, can everyone see that? Trying to go to presentation view. There we go. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. My name is Nick Stroop, and I'm the Parks and Recreation Director here at the City of Bothell. And tonight I'm here to talk about the Parks Capital Facilities Plan for 2021 through 2027. During my presentation, I'll give a brief overview of the projects, talk about our opportunities and challenges, as well as give an opportunity at the end to ask any questions. So with that, let's jump right into the list of projects on our proposed capital facilities plan. Here are the 6 projects on our list. While this list only captures a small fraction of our needs identified in the recently updated PROS plan, each project represented here is important to our community. So let's take a deeper dive into each project, and I'll give you a brief overview of where we're at. Our first project is a sports field drainage project at Cedar Grove Park, which is P6 on the list. This project looks to address the ongoing drainage problems at the park, which make it challenging for programming soccer, baseball, and softball. The goal of the project is to improve drainage, which will reduce weather-related cancellations moving forward. The project is funded using grants from Snohomish County and Washington State, and we're currently in discussions with both agencies attempting to extend our grant funding until we can move beyond these uncertain times. Our second project is the construction of the First Lieutenant Nicholas Madrazo United States Marine Corps Memorial Park, which is also known as P11. And without a doubt, First Lieutenant Nicholas Madrazo was and is a hero who served our country and gave the ultimate sacrifice. Pre-COVID, we were hoping that we'd be able to go out for construction in 2021. But as Director Bothell noted, these are really challenging and uncertain times for us. This project is partially funded using mitigation dollars from the siting of the King County Sewer Pump Station located in the North Creek Business Park, as well as using park impact fees. That said, there continues to be challenges with the overall funding for final construction. Originally, a well-intentioned plan was put together to raise money for the construction of a memorial by the Bothell Parks Foundation. And unfortunately, this effort proved to be unsuccessful. And at this time, no additional funding sources for the construction of the memorial have been identified, and the park impact fees cannot be used for this purpose. Another challenging issue identified in the design was the high cost to install the new tennis courts that were part of the original master plan for the park. While parks impact fees could be used for this purpose, we can't forget that our recently completed PROS plan identified over $60 million in parks projects with little or no identified funding sources. The completion of this project is currently programmed for 2024. Our next project is identified as P21 and known as the Horse Creek Plaza. This capital project creates a half acre of open space next to Pop Kinney and Horse Creek and is designed to provide a space for gathering and viewing the daylighted creek. The project is a required component of the adopted downtown sub-area plan, which will be brought back to council later this year. The funding for the open space is programmed to be paid for by development of downtown properties, and the project is currently paused at 60% design with ongoing property negotiations. The completion of this park is programmed for 2023. Our fourth project tonight is designed to reopen the master plan at the park at Bothell Landing to consider the possibility of siting a permanent dog park where the current pop-up dog park is located. The park at Bothell Landing was master planned many years ago as part of the downtown revitalization efforts. The resulting master plan created improvements to the park that were estimated to cost over $15 million to design and construct. The 2020 update of our PROS plan lists a permanent dog park as a top priority in our community. And with very few large active spaces of parklands available, we believe this site should be considered as a possible permanent location. The project as a whole is relatively low cost and again, has widespread community support. King County levy funds and park impact fees could be used as possible sources for funding this project should we be able to proceed with design and construction. And this project is currently scheduled for completion in 2024. Our fifth project, known as P30, is the demolition of all the vacant and deteriorating buildings on the current parklands and open space properties. This project addresses the testing and removal of hazardous materials and the demolition of the vacant structures from existing park properties throughout our network. Each structure on the demo list currently poses maintenance, health, and safety hazards. The list includes 8 structures on the former Wayne Golf Course, 1 vacant house at the North Creek Forest, and the vacant restroom facility at William Penn Park. Funding for this project has not been identified at this time. However, completion of the project is currently programmed for 2023. And our final project for consideration tonight is P31, which is the master planning process for the former Wayne Golf Course. This project develops a master plan and conceptual designs for the passive use areas of the former golf course. Staff have identified King County levy funds and park impact fees as possible sources of funding for this project. In addition to master planning, it's also important to note that funding was set aside in the King County Parks Levy for the construction of a regional trail connector through the park. And also on the internal side, we've begun work on our salmon habitat restoration. That project is currently being led by our Surface Water Division, Public Works. Janet was speaking about that earlier tonight. I'm really excited about that project. So that's something that we'll likely be bringing back to you, early next year to talk a little bit more about the exciting work that we're doing out there. So in closing, I just want to briefly go over what I see as our challenges and our opportunities moving forward. Again, I think it goes without saying that our challenges as a whole are really significant during these uncertain times. But I also want to give some ray of hope in saying that challenges are not insurmountable, and with every challenge comes opportunity. To successfully complete some of these projects, we really need to consider our staffing levels, both to administer the projects and then to address the long-term maintenance of the projects once they're complete. It's important to note that park impact fees can only be used for parkland acquisition, planning, and/or development. And our park impact fees specifically must be used for publicly owned parks, open space, and recreation facilities that are addressed by our capital facilities plan. So when we talk about using park impact fees, the challenge for us really is that we can't use them for that long-term maintenance of our parks and facilities once they're built. And again, this is a really important distinction because, even if we have the money and the opportunity to acquire, design, and construct, we just can't lose sight of those long-term costs to properly staff and then, staff the operations and then maintain that new infrastructure. I think it's also important to keep in mind that not too long ago, we heard very loud and clear from our community about their strong desire for us to focus on taking care of what we already have. And certainly if our financial situation improves or if new opportunities become available as we emerge from this pandemic crisis, we'll look to reopen our plan and bring back new projects or move forward some of these important projects already on our list faster than they're currently programmed. So finally, I just want to say that we know that there's widespread community support for parks, recreation, arts, and culture in Bothell. Over this past year and a half, we've heard from thousands of our residents about the importance of parks, recreation, arts, and culture in their lives. And during this pandemic crisis, we've seen our residents and visitors flock to our parks and trails to escape the daily realities, anxieties, and challenges of these uncertain times present. Parks, recreation, arts, and culture are essential services for a healthy and vibrant city. So with that, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for your continued support, and I'll open it up to any questions. And I'll try not to share here.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nick, for the great presentation. I have a couple of questions. When we made the decision not to do the typical CFP process, my understanding was that we were only going to remove projects that were completed, but it looks to me like maybe we've added some. And so I have a little bit of concern about that. The Bothell landing master plan is quite old, so I can see the possibility or wanting to reopen that. My concern is that we've seemingly already decided that we're going to put a dog park there with no public process. And I'm not in favor of putting a dog park there. I think there are better locations in neighborhoods where there's a 360-degree access point rather than a 180 or less. It seems to me that although that may be popular because we have some apartments, there are other places that are walkable and walkable for more people than that location. And so I'm not in favor of having this particular item on the CFP with no process to determine where the actual location should be. And definitely not if we're already planning to put it in there, because that's not what I agreed to when I agreed to bypass the CFP process.
So to answer that, I really appreciate that the question there. The project that we put forward really looks to open it up and consider the possibility. So when we reopen a master plan process, that is that public process. We're reopening that re-engagement with our community to really, go out and ask, is this something that you want to consider? It certainly does not put it there, without going through a public process.
But it says Bothell Landing and it lists a dog park. So it doesn't list a dog park so that the process is about a dog park. It lists Bothell Landing and then a dog park. So it's confusing at best.
Well, the intent is really to reopen the master plan and to consider the possibility of a dog park. We heard from thousands of people in regards to the dog park. It's very popular. We do have very few lands that are, open and active space in our park system. So it's very difficult to find a place that actually works. That said, there are other opportunities and we certainly can explore that. But this project really was brought forward to just consider the possibility of that, to reopen that plan, to take a look and see if that's something that the community is really interested in.
Well, I mean, I don't think I have to remind you that I'm very much in favor of a dog park. It's not about whether or not we have a dog park. It's the process. So I appreciate you saying it's about the process. That's not what it looks like at initial glance. It's hard to understand that that's the point of putting it on there. So I appreciate that. I'm also concerned about master planning. I'm so tired of paying for master plans that we can't afford to build. It's happened numerous times. We're seeing it again with Mudrozo. It's happened at Bothell Landing. It's happened at Norway Hill. And I'm just tired of spending money planning for things that we can't afford. I just don't understand why we do it over and over and over again. And don't get anything out of it other than maybe a little thrill at the thought that maybe it'll happen someday. And so it's not that I'm against planning, Wayne, but
yeah. And I can appreciate that comment as well. I think it's very difficult, when we look out here and we see sort of what the short-term future is with our financial situation. One of the things that, again, that we can use park impact fees for is sort of that planning element. And then we can also use that as we put those plans into play into our capital facilities plan. That allows us to use the park impact fees to actually fund some of those projects if it adds capacity to our park system. So, I mean, I hear you loud and clear. And I know it's a frustration. It's a frustration I think that we all share. And these are really challenging times. So we're going to have to get creative. We're going to have to find a way to, do some things. But again, we've taken some pretty large hits and we're looking at, to do these things, to do projects, to build them and then to maintain them. that adds costs. And those are things that we just don't have the ability to do at the moment.
But I can remember going to Parks Department meetings on the Bothell Landing Park and looking at that project and saying, it looks like Disneyland. I mean, how do we put guardrails on where we can actually afford what we're designing? I don't understand why we continue to do the same process over and over again and it never works. And we end up not building it. And so I'm just asking, if we're going to master plan, can we be realistic about what we can actually do? It's extremely frustrating to me. That Bothell Landing Park plan is 15 years old. Have we done anything that's in that plan?
Yeah,
And the reason we do master plans from an architecture standpoint is to make it relate, right? To have it, give it context. And I guess that's what my problem with the dog park is that is the terminus of the major axis of the city. That is one of the gates to the city, and we're going to plant a dog park there instead of an icon like a fountain or something. These things, if we're going to do a plan, let's do one that works and that makes sense, and then not throw it away and do something else because we can't do all of it. I just,
yeah. Again,
I'm being funny, and I don't mean to, but
I hear your frustration, and I share some of those frustrations as well. I think we have some challenges, and we have to find a way to, prioritize parks. We have to find a way to build these things that we want to build. We have to find a way to recognize that these are essential services to the city, and we have to balance that out against the other needs of the city. That's really challenging, and we're absolutely going to be looking for those opportunities. One of the things that we really look for in our update of the PROS plan was to try to migrate a little bit away from those aspirational goals that we had before to look at more, actionable goals, which is exactly what we're talking about here. So, trying to get away from that pie in the sky that we never can afford and trying to get to more reasonable things that, actually have a chance and we might be able to build and we might be able to maintain and add something to our park system.
And I think we need the recognition that people aren't expecting amusement parks from the city. They're expecting respite and relaxation. And it doesn't a beautiful park doesn't have to have 23 amenities. It can just be a place to escape and have a picnic. I'm sorry.
And we've seen, with the pandemic, again, we've never seen the amount of people using our parks as they've used during this pandemic. The last 7 months, we used to, empty garbages every other day at facilities. We're emptying them 2, 3, 4 times a day in places because that's how much people are using our parks.
Yeah. I just would like to maybe, as we move forward with master planning, have better guardrails and not design Disneyland. I don't want to see another plan for Disneyland. I want to see something that works and that we can afford at some point. So that's my 2 cents. Apologies if I hope you don't feel I'm attacking you. I'm frustrated.
I don't at all. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
I guess my concern is while we are challenged during this time, moving forward to do some of the projects that we have on the list and the timeline we're in, I just don't know if we have the wherewithal to get there. And so parks are usually the one thing that you want to really keep because, as you said, the community really values them and it's a place for them to go and gather. But I think maintenance is probably your first thing at this point in time that I would care about. I understand the future, but we're not in the future yet. So I think it's important that we think, first of all, maintenance, and then we think about partnerships. And I hope we continue to kind of put an emphasis on the parks, the recreation, arts, and the culture, because that's part of the important thing to our community is to have a little bit of each. But maintenance and doing the best we can at this point is about all I can accept. Because we don't have the money to do any more, but we want to keep them up. That's important.
And I can appreciate that. And really, that's what you're seeing with this CFP. There's no projects that are being delivered in the next 2 years. Those projects are not happening in the next 2 years. It's really focused, our budget is focused on maintaining what we have at the bare minimum.
I appreciate that because I think that's really critical at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Agnew.
Thanks, Nick, for your presentation. I'm glad to see that we're going to actually do something about Lieutenant Medrozo's park. I think it's long overdue. I would beg to differ from Councilmember Doer. I kind of like the idea of having a dog park where it's at. We want it to be an inviting city, and what invites people more than to have them look over and see all these dogs and people running around having a good time, and it's not going to cost us a lot of money. I kind of like that idea at all. You know, I think it's a lot nicer than putting in a huge fountain with colors that flash to the Bohemian Rhapsody. I mean, whatever. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
I think you're muted.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you're muted, but we couldn't hear you. Councilmember McNeil, you want to go while Councilmember Thompson works on his mic?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nick. Amazing presentation. Parks and Rec and culture is near and dear to all of us, and a sense of having a community. We need those essential services out there. And as you said, it's been amazing to see all the people get out of the parks. When it comes to planning, one of the things that I keyed in on is the partnership piece. And what can we do to help you find those partnerships that will help us bring some of these projects that we've been talking about for so long, bring some of these projects to fruition, actually have them happen. Councilmember Dorr spoke of Norway Hill, the park in Norway Hill, and when I first heard of that project and we talked about that project and worked on that project, it was amazing to think that project was going to come to fruition and we were going to be able to go and enjoy that park. But unfortunately, it hasn't happened yet. That's not to say it won't happen. But it's how do we work collectively throughout the region to help bring some dollars into our community to help some of these projects come to fruition?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I think that the challenge really is certainly not centered in Bothell. It's really, you know, when you look around the nation, that's the one area that's really getting hit in cities, and it's unfortunate, but it's the reality of where we're at. So I think, you know, the opportunities are there. We haven't really explored some of those partnerships. Those take some time. They take some effort, some heavy lifting. We do have some new energy on our Parks and Recreation Board, and we do have some expertise on that board that really does pursue, you know, partnerships on a corporate level. So, you know, we're exploring some of those things. We're looking for small wins. We're looking for things that are actually, again, actionable, things that we can achieve. If we don't have the money for these projects, when you think of a dog park, well, that's something that a community already is excited about and potentially could get behind and do some fundraising for. You know, even for our pop-up dog park, we haven't really had any issues getting people to sponsor that park. And we've heard from others that, you know, when you go to the permanent dog park, we'd be interested in talking to you. So I think there's those smaller opportunities out there. You know, the bigger ones are going to take some time to really nurture and try to figure out, you know, if some of our big, you know, companies that are based here would be willing to consider, you know, sponsoring a large amenity or you know, replacing some playgrounds or things like that. So, but all things that we are going to explore.
Oh, that's fabulous. As you talk about that, it reminds me that we have so many different types of parks here. We have our forests, we have our open space, active space, we have sports fields. And it reminds me of bringing different groups of people together in those areas, and how can we engage with, as a city, with those folks when they're in that environment, because we know that that environment is powerful, it's important to them. So engaging with them and having them help us build that type of environment and entity and asset to the community, I think is key. And I look forward to working with you on that and hearing more on how we as a council can help foster those conversations and get those conversations started. I was on the King County Advisory Committee for the Parks Levy, and just the amazing work that we did in the city of Bothell. We talk about the Wayne Golf Course and the power of that, and the power of how much money we were able to bring into the community to acquire that land, 89 acres. And then to have King County put a couple $1 million in that parks levy to build that trail corridor. How important is that to the people who ride their bikes and want to enjoy those trails? And how do we engage with those folks to have them help us bring those projects or that project to fruition? So those are some of the conversations I look forward to having with you. I am super engaged and pumped about the work that you're doing in our Parks and Rec with your limited staff. I mean, it's amazing. I often get out, I haven't recently, but I often was getting out to the sports fields and things like that and seeing the amazing work that you're doing out there to keep those things open for us, for the kids. Right now, we don't know the impacts that this COVID's going to have on our youth, but allowing them to get out and have some form of activity right now for their mental state is great. And that is a tribute to what you're doing in that department. So with everything that's going on, I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the community for all the hard work that you're putting in the parks.
And I really appreciate that. It's really the heavy lifting of the team, though. I mean, we have an incredible team. They're super passionate about what they do. They love parks. It's not a job for them. They love parks. They love what they do. And that's what makes the difference. We're small. We have 10 people in our operations that take care of 400 plus acres of land. I mean, that's a significant chunk. And if you think about it, in the times when we didn't even hire any seasonals this year, I mean, that's 6 additional bodies to help us, so to maintain it at the level that they have, I'm just super proud of my team.
Councilmember Thompson, are you back with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Feel like a Verizon commercial over here. Nick, it's good to see you. It's always good to see you at these. I like the sound of your voice when you start talking. It makes me happy. I have a couple questions. East Norway Hill Park, obviously near and dear to my heart. It was taken out of the CFP. Is that just because of a lack of funding sources identified?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we just don't have, that funding, moving forward. Now, again, if things change, we definitely want to come back to you. We want to take another harder look at it. But for the time being, there's nothing there. There's nothing in the tank to go after. So I'm always optimistic, though, and you know that about me. And I do see opportunities as we move forward. And I think that, there's definitely some opportunities to do some things there.
Question for you. We obviously went through a master plan process. We hired somebody, went through. Do you know roughly how much money was spent on that and what the funding source was for it?
I'm guessing that the park impact fees were used for that. As far as the amount, I'm just going to ballpark. I really don't know, but I'm going to ballpark about maybe 60 to 80, somewhere around there.
Okay. That's what I remember. I remember about 75.
Okay.
There you
go. So we just did I'm getting somewhere here, you could probably tell. We just did a pros plan last year. It was really thorough, and you identified some things. What did you say? More actionable goals. I'm echoing some of the comments of Councilmember Dewar here as well. I would be much more interested in using those impact fees for, what was it that you said earlier? It was, design, build, or acquire new property, I think were the three things we could use those for. Like, I would be much more interested in using the $125,000 of impact fees and 25 coming from somewhere else to do something, rather than to plan something else that we can spend a bunch of money on and then have it, who knows if it will happen. And when we did this pros plan, it was a really thorough process. It went for some of those actionable goals. Like, we should have a really good idea of like what our community wants and needs in the park right now, and combine that with the deed restrictions on the property at Wayne, like, that make it so there's really only a couple things we can actually do there. Like, is there a way that we can have a process where we can decide something that we can actually do with that park, and use the money that we have going toward a master plan for that actual accomplishment?
Well, I mean, you have to start with that planning process. So, I mean, that would be that first part. I think there are things that we can do. You know, I mentioned that we're doing the salmon habitat restoration, for example. That's a once in a generation life, opportunity. And we're doing that. We're starting that process. So I'm really excited to bring that back to you. We mentioned that there's $2 million set aside, for King County to help us build a trail connector. I think that that's already kind of decided where it's going to go, because there's a very narrow area that it actually can be placed. So those are things that we can work on. I've already reached out to King County and begun those discussions with their construction folks, seeing what that might look like. So I think there are things. I think it's also important to note that, well, a couple things. One, all of these projects here are listed in the pros plan. Every single one of these projects that you're seeing are listed there. But the other piece of it is, we've got to look at, if we're going to build something, how are we going to maintain it? Does that add bodies? Does that add, long-term maintenance? Does that add replacement maintenance? Those types of things, the asset replacement fund that we've talked about. We have to take all those things into consideration. And I'm not saying that there aren't those opportunities there, but we may have to really piecemeal through the pros plan to figure out what those are, to get the most bang for our buck that doesn't have a huge long-term financial impact or long-term obligation, to our team that frankly is just not, we're struggling to take care of what we have.
I mean, I'd love to see that process handled through the Parks and Rec Board. And it seems like we know what we can do there. We know what people want. It's like, I guess I just don't understand why we need to spend $150,000 to hire somebody from outside the city to come in and tell us these things that it seems like we already have a really good handle on. Like what would a process look like where we did the planning, like either through the Parks and Rec Board or in-house or through a series of public meetings, perhaps at council meetings, and then we could spend $150,000 on doing something. And it might not be a lot, but it would be something that we could actually do.
Yeah, and again, it does really come back to that staffing piece. When we talk about, building projects, we talk about the administration of those. So when you build a big project, say if we took on the First Lieutenant Nicholas Madrazo Park, that's pretty much a full-time job. You're on top of that project trying to make sure that it, goes from A to Z. And we don't have that kind of staffing right now to really do that. Are there opportunities, though, like you said, to work with our Parks Board? Yes, I engaged our Parks Board over the summer and met with them individually to talk about what are your true interests and what do you think you can bring to the board? And we've got some really, really good strengths there that I'm really interested in, working with them to put together a work plan that, again, is actionable at the end of the day. Things that we can do, that we can bring to council, that we can say, hey, this is something that we can do. This is something that we can leverage, the excitement in the community, the volunteers, the other things to help us out with. But, as far as big projects go, our challenge really is staffing and then that long-term funding.
And the projects don't have to be big. With $150,000, we're not going to get a big project, but just, I suppose really the point I was getting at and what I'd really like to see is us starting to use these impact fees to provide actual value to our community rather than plans that I haven't seen a lot of them happen. So it's more about just like trying to get more efficient with the money that we do have access to. It's not, well, at least that's not restricted beyond doing something. So
well, it has to
I
add
guess,
capacity. So
yeah,
I mean that's the key point. So it can't be replacement. So I can't use it to replace the playgrounds I have. I can use it to maybe convert a playground to an inclusive playground or something like that. So
okay, cool. I'll move on. On the demolition of buildings, the funding source wasn't identified, but it's scheduled for 2023. That seems really fast for something that we don't know where the money's coming from. So do we have an idea of where we're looking for that? Are there grants that are in process? What can you tell me about that?
Well, Jennifer might be able to speak on this, but I can say that, you know, the buildings are not getting, they're not getting better with age, unfortunately. So that we may be forced to deal with the issue as they continue to deteriorate and they continue to have safety issues. So the reason I put it on there as 2023 is that we may not have a choice. We may need to have to find a way to fund the removal of these.
Okay.
And 2023 is much farther out than I really think is appropriate. And basically, we would look for one-time monies for those kinds of one-time expenses, and potentially, based on the sale of the downtown properties, that would be a source for one-time monies to do a one-time expenditure for demolition of buildings. There are very few grants that would grant money for demolition of buildings, so it's really something the city would need to find money for. And proceeds from the sale of the properties would be one of the places we would look for that.
Got it. That is the sum of my list. Thank you, Nick.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. You know, a couple of the things that you just recently said was, you know, bang for our buck, low maintenance. You know, those two things I think have been very often coming up in our discussions. So I appreciate that's where your mind is. I think, you know, the discussion of opening up the crossroads, I very much appreciate where Councilmember Dewar is coming from with this, and you know other council members have spoke about this, is having these grand plans and just never getting to them. You know, I like seeing the projects get accomplished, people start using things. I think that's been an amazing thing about the pop-up dog park, is you get to see the citizens go out there and use it with their dogs and build community and, you know, just enjoying it. And it's a big bang for your buck and a low maintenance kind of thing. You know, it would be a good discussion opening up that master plan for Crossroads and looking at the use, you know, whether have some public input on a dog park there, a permanent dog park. And then also, you know, I think that would lead to freeing up some of our pop-up dog park to move around the city. You know, Councilmember Dewar said, you know, there might be other spots, and I think having the pop-up dog park lets us try out and test, you know, before fully committing to a location. So
yeah,
I appreciate the thoughtfulness of whittling these down and really focusing on what we can accomplish with what we have, maintaining what we have. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Well, if there's no more questions, I'm going to go ahead, and it's sort of my distinct pleasure to introduce Steve Morikawa, who's our Public Works Capital Division Manager and a long-term colleague of mine. So Steve, welcome, it's yours.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, hopefully you can hear me. Good evening. Like Nick said, thank you, Nick. I'm Steve Morikawa. I'm the Capital Division Manager in Public Works. Capital Division designs and builds the city's transportation and utility projects. We also do long-range planning. So I'll be running through the transportation section of the CFP. I'll also touch a bit on capital operating programs as they relate to transportation. There are a number of transportation projects, and in the interest of time, I'll provide a very, very brief description of each project. Oftentimes when I'm reading description of these projects, I close my eyes and try to imagine where I am in the city. And I know the council members are very familiar with our city, so hopefully you will be able to pick out where I'm talking about. I've tried to group the projects to help you track them a bit better and provide you a bit of context so it kind of makes sense. I'm hoping that if you have a question or want further information, please take down the project title or the project number is probably even easier, T something. And we will come back and during the question and answer period, hopefully I can answer your questions. So transportation projects take a period of time to complete. So the city's capital facility plan does not usually change dramatically. Even the smaller projects, it takes about a year to design. You might need to buy right away, and then you actually have to construct a thing. So it usually takes at least 2 years to do smaller projects. And if we're gonna go after grants and build larger projects, those can take anywhere from 5 to 10 years just because of the grant cycle and working your way through the phases. So many of the projects you see will be a continuation of the projects we have grants for, and we continue to work on through each of the phases of the project, starting from design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction. I did come before you in June of this year, and I presented the 6-year transportation improvement program. This is gonna look remarkably similar to that. It will have the projects, if you don't see them in this list, that doesn't mean we're not tracking them. We typically carry at the end of the CFP, you'll see a future project section. And that's where a lot of our unfunded projects are located so that we can track and make sure we don't lose track of them. Those projects come from various sources like the comprehensive plan. When we get done with the Canyon Park sub-area plan, we'll add to the list. They come from some public process and some methodology that we get them onto the capital facility plan. We do try to leverage our local funds so that we can get a lot of grant dollars to make our local dollars go further. That's a very key important thing for us. And there are some projects that need to be done regardless of whether we can get grant funding for them. Typically, these are due to condition of the facilities that require us to address it sooner rather than later. You'll see a couple examples of this. And regardless of whether we get a grant or not, we need to get these projects done. In some cases, and you'll see at least one example of this, we want to do some initial work using local funds because it helps us prepare better for future grant applications in leveraging those dollars. Okay, so here we go. So the first group of projects include 2. They will remain in the CFP even though they've actually been completed. The first one is the Crossroads project. We finished this years ago. But we have permit required stream buffer monitoring and maintenance to complete. So we carry a small budget through the years. I think we have a couple more years left. The other is T78, which is our small rockery repair project. And you'll see the photographs up there. We did this repair and we just finished it just before the rains came this fall, but we do have some stream restoration, monitoring and maintenance to continue to do for about 5 years. So you'll see that in the capital facility plan, so we can carry the budget for that. So carryover projects, meaning we've already started in the past, and this group is the non-motorized group. So the first project we have is the North Creek Trail called Section 4. And that little map on the screen there gives you where it is. It's basically on 524, State Route 524 between 9th and just before you hit 527, State Route 527, and it's on the south side of the road. We got grant funding for the full design. We got right-of-way grant funding for the full right-of-way acquisition, and we're completing that. And next year, we hope to start with the construction of the first phase. We're gonna break this into 3 phases because this project competes well for grant funding. And if we do it in 3 phases, we'll probably get a better percentage of money from the grants paying for this project rather than just our local funds. It is a regional trail and it competes well in the federal process. T83 and T84 are 2 sidewalk projects that have been on the CFP before, and essentially they remain there because we have submitted Safe Routes to School grant applications for them. First one would do a portion of 9th Avenue, complete a sidewalk from basically the elementary school on the east side of the road north to State Route 524 and fill in the gaps. And the other one, we're partnering with Woodinville. They would help us pay for some of the local match if we get a grant to build sidewalks on the 2 streets that are listed there. These are 2 projects that are essentially the highest priority, called Tier 1 projects by our Safe Walk Route Task Force. That's the task force that our staff put together from representatives from schools throughout the city, as well as the North Shore School District, to try to get a list of projects and to try to rank them to figure out which ones are the most important to them. The next list of carryover projects are Sound Transit funded projects. So I'm gonna go with the one in the middle first, T54, that's 522 Stage 3, and you see a little photograph there. We're building walls using Sound Transit funds completely for the construction phase of this project between Kenmore and Wayne Curve. We did get federal grants and we provided local match to get through design and right-of-way process. So we did contribute to this project. The other 2 projects, T44 and T60, represent our best guess in the capital facility plan of what Sound Transit plans to do along the corridor with ST3 voter approved package funding. The first one, 2B, is basically between Wayne Curve and 98th Avenue, and that's where we would provide transit facilities to allow the bus rapid transit to get through that corridor as streamlined as possible. The second project essentially takes us along 98th and 185th, where the new transit corridor would be, the one identified a long time ago in our downtown plan, and eventually get to Beardsley and to the UW Bothell and Cascadia College. These projects would be 100% paid for by Sound Transit, but we listed it because there was opportunity in the past thinking about maybe we could do grant fund applications, or maybe the city might want to contribute some things. Obviously, if we're going to do major road improvements, we may be doing some utility work in those projects at our expense, just because we want to get them in before this project. This list is kind of big. It's the catch-all category for everything else. T47 is an interesting one. That's our downtown cleanup project. For want of putting it somewhere else, it's listed in transportation. Those are the funds that we need to use to clean up the historic solvent or petroleum contaminated sites. T65 A and B is called an adaptive signal control system, and it's a long name for an intelligent computerized linkage of traffic signals up and down the State Route 527 corridor. We have partnered with other agencies like WashDOT, Snohomish County, Mill Creek, and going further north. And essentially along that corridor, they're linking up the system of all the signals to be able to coordinate them and use that intelligent system to try to streamline traffic flow. The first phase was essentially done down to Canyon Park, and they're trying to basically implement it, turn it on, and the second phase will follow, and they'll start with design, and I think construction will probably be a year and a half out. T66, Meridian Avenue South and 240th. That one has been on the capital facility plan a while. We have submitted a grant application to build a roundabout there. I don't think we'll find out if we get that funding until maybe later this year. T70 is Beardsley Boulevard widening. So if you can imagine Beardsley Boulevard between the campus north entrance and I-405, there's only one lane going eastbound right now. And this would add a second eastbound lane, which we need for capacity purposes. And we currently have a grant in hand for the design, and we're going to start design later this year. T73 is 228th Street widening between 35th and 39th up in the Snohomish County section of the city. We actually have a design grant for that one as well, and we've started design. That one's kind of interesting because 75% of that project is actually in Snohomish County, unincorporated Snohomish County. So they have partnered with us, and the 25% that's within the city, that's our match, and 75% is Snohomish County's match. That's an important project because the north-south corridor goes from 35th to 39th, and that jog has a lot of congestion. T74 is a Bothell Way Northeast and Bothell Everett Highway widening project. That's a very large project. It starts from Reeder Way, where the Multi-Way Boulevard project left off, and goes all the way up to Safeway, 240th, to widen the roadway. It is a roadway widening project, but it is a very important project for us because it also has sidewalks and bike facilities included, which are very important. We get calls about both of those. When are we going to put those in that corridor? And we've also been continuing our discussion with community transit because they are interested in bringing Swift down to downtown Bothell, the green line that stops at Kenyon Park, and also to UW Bothell and Cascade College. One of the most important things is to get rid of that bottleneck to entice them to come down and service the city. The last one, T79, is Bothell Way Highway, Bothell Everett Highway Interim Rechannelization. It's a very long name. It's not a very large project. That's right on Bothell Everett Highway where the Safeway is. And across the street is Lake Pleasant. Unfortunately, that old embankment there, if you get water on it, it's a little bit unstable, so we are watching it, but we want to keep a project on the books in case we have to do something about it in the interim until T74 actually gets built. Oops, did I go back too far? Yeah. Excuse me, let me go back one if I can. This one. Sorry about that. So this list is our overlay projects. We're pretty happy about this list. The carryover project, these are overlay projects that we actually submitted for grant. So one of the things that we do when we have limited funds is try to make sure we leverage our local funds as much as possible. And the Safe Street Levy allowed us to have more money in our pavement preservation program. So the first 5 projects you see there, we have grants in hand. And between now and 2024, those 5 projects will be done and overlaid. The last 2 projects are a little bit further out, but those 2 projects are the one we want to submit in a couple of years future federal grant applications. We do typically pretty well. We try to size them appropriately, and we typically get about a 50% match on each. Okay, here we go. So these are actually the new projects that have never appeared in our CFP before, and there's only 3, and they're not fairly large projects. They're actually fairly small. So I want to go a little bit in detail about them. The first one is a very odd project for us. It's called the Multi-Way Boulevard and Crossroads Streetlight Reorientation. And we are spending some funds this year and may need to spend a little bit more in 2023 to correct some lighting on a couple of the projects we've already completed. That's the Crossroad project, the Multi-Way Boulevard project, which were huge projects. They put up great looking lights for the downtown. Interestingly enough, at the time we were designing these projects and beginning construction, we started these design about 13 years ago, if you could believe that. LED lighting was just being explored. And in working with Puget Sound Energy, they didn't even have an LED maintenance and power tariff at the time. And we both did get a couple of things wrong, so we're trying to correct it. We are correcting some of it this year in partnership with PSE, but LED lights are directional, unlike incandescent lights or halogen lights. They have to be put up specifically in the proper rotation. And we didn't get all of that correct. And we are exploring that we may need to rotate some of them to get code required light out of them. So that's the first one. The second one, 240th and 35th intersection. If you can close your eyes and figure where you are, that's at the north end of Montevilla Business Park. It's a four-way stop right now, and it's always congested in the peak hour. Our thought was this year to apply for our grant. We didn't know whether we'd put in a traffic signal there or a roundabout. What we did do is a little bit of in-house work and found out that both of them were probably going to be a little more expensive than we thought. So we held off on them, but we do want to spend a little bit of funds next year to help us prep for a potential grant either next year or the following year. So it would only be some design funds and not even complete design funds, because we would want to get those as grant funding. The last one, T95, is rectangular rapid flashing beacon at 3 school crossings. There is a federal grant application in, again, maybe toward the end of the year we'll figure out if we got it, but that's why this project is in there. And we use the crosswalk funds out of the Safe Street levy to provide our match for this. I have one project that I'm keeping in here that maybe shouldn't be in here. There is no money for it, but I'm just trying to highlight it for the council and staff. It's the 102nd Avenue Bridge. Out of our 12 or 13 bridges, this is the highest priority replacement project. We would like to consider start working sometime later in this 7-year period, which would mean finding some match money for grants that we would go after to get to do this project. There are several grants we could get. The primary one is called BRAC, Bridge Replacement something something. It's federal funding, and it would actually pay for a bunch of the structural replacements. A lot of the approach work, we would probably go after separate grant funding, federal grant funding or state grant funding, and then we would have to provide some match. But again, I'm just trying to keep it in there so we don't forget about it, because it is an important project for us that we think we should start thinking about. So a couple of the concerns. Grant funding agencies typically require us to complete projects in a specific time period. As an example, when we get a federal grant, in theory, we're supposed to finish the project within 10 years or risk returning the funds. State grants a little bit different. They usually have something like 5 to 7 years. Each grant is a very different, and they have their own special requirement. But this is why oftentimes when we start a project, we continue to see them until we're done building. Pavement preservation. I know Jack Bartman came a couple meetings ago and talked to you about pavement preservation. And I think one of the things he did bring up was our current levy pays for arterial preservation. But at some point, we probably need to start thinking about addressing our local roads. Just a quick list here. These are in the 21-22 biennium. These are the projects, one-time projects you're likely to see complete. The first phase of North Creek Trail, all the walls and the bat lanes will be in for 522, and we will get a couple of our overlay projects done. These are the standalone projects. I'm going to talk a little bit later about our programs, but using just local money in the next couple of years, we hope to overlay a portion of Main Street, 102nd to 104th. Some of Beardsley that we didn't get last time, Kaesner, which really needs it, and a short stretch of 102nd Avenue north of the 102nd Avenue Bridge. And we might be able to do the worst part of Northeast 180th as well. And we are trying to coordinate with all our utility work that we need to do in order to get it done efficiently. We also do things like arterial crack seal and patching, as well as slurry seal in a couple of roads as well. So hopefully really quickly, I'll try to go through this. What I went through are kind of like one-time spending of money, one-time projects that you do and you're done. But every year we have a list of programs that we continue to work on because we continue to need to inspect things, make small repairs, address emergency issues or condition issues, take inventory, that sort of thing. Pavement preservation is pretty self-explanatory. That's our overlay money. That's our crack sealing money. It's partially levy funded. We do have a bridge program. Basically, every 2 years, we're required by federal highways to do inspection on those. Some of our bridges cross waters. We have to do some other types of underwater inspections as well. We do minor repairs. We do load ratings, and it's often used as seed money for grants. As an example, our Sammamish River Bridge, which we're this fall going to start up our seismic retrofit again, use some of this money. We do have a traffic calming program to address speeding in neighborhoods. Several years back, we completed a couple projects. It's been relatively quiet recently in terms of project-wise. Our sidewalk program, I think you're familiar with. Again, that's a Safe Street and levy issue, funded. We do address ADA issues in there. And again, there was a task force put together to try to prioritize those projects. We have a couple, the last three, the next three, 7, 8, and 10 are basically safety type programs where we address things like radar signs, guardrails, curb repairs, or crossing of streets for kids getting to parks and schools. OP 11, we're still working on our first bike plan. It's challenging because of finances and how expensive it is to put in bike facilities. We hope to bring it forward to you next year sometime, and we'll have more public outreach on that as well. Comprehensive plan, once every 6 to 8 years, citywide, we do a comprehensive plan update, and this program pays for their transportation element. So every 6 to 8 years, you'll see kind of a bigger bucket of funds, but in between that, we still need to do work to address some things. And then OP 14 is the last one, and that's the crosswalk program, which I talked about a little bit before. That's the one that is levy funded as well, and we install rapid rectangular flashing beacons with it, or put crosswalk flags up with that as well. So that is my presentation. I apologize, I went through it really quickly. There's a lot of projects. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. These photographs here are 3 different photos from our sidewalk projects, 188th as well as 19th Avenue sidewalk. Let me see if I can take this down. There we go.
All right, anyone have any questions for Steve? Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, there's a couple things that I wanted to go over. One, local road preservation. I look at our own model and see how, what do you call that, an alligator? There's an echo somewhere. I don't know where that's coming from. Sorry about that. I don't know if do you call it alligator, where it's the pavement's broken up in chunks, but it's all in place. We've got it here. I know it's everywhere. So, and I know you've done inventory, and I just feel for you guys, because I know it probably feels like whack-a-mole when you're trying to take care of our roads. I do have a question, because when we talk about road condition, there's a couple roads that I go over that I don't know if it's an engineering daughter here who wasn't paying close enough attention to her father when he would talk about, the physics of things. But like when I go up Holly Hills Drive, or where 108th one turns into 112th and goes up. And then someone was telling me that there's a road behind Bothell somewhere where you'll see these long vertical lines, and it looks like there's shifting and sinking of the ground below the road beds. I know that you're probably staying on top of those. What are your thoughts of when you look at those roads? How are we going to manage those?
Yeah, so those, the third one I'm not that familiar with. I'd have to look. Holly Hills, we are very familiar with. Holly Hills needs to be rebuilt. The problem with Holly Hills is it's a local road. It's not a collector arterial at this point. So the funding is just not there for it. We actually looked at whether we could reclassify that road. Typically, you classified roads by function, volume, speeds, that sort of thing.
Right.
We felt we couldn't do that. So that would be, if you were to ask me and you were to prioritize local roads, there would be some local roads that probably would have to rise above others. Holly Hills would be one. There's a 4th Avenue up north that probably serves a lot of neighborhoods as well. That's really bad.
Okay.
Some of the cul-de-sacs and things, it's very much harder to do. I mean, you want to take care of everybody, but if there's only 4 homes in a cul-de-sac, it's hard to compete with the Holly Hills. So I think that would be part of our priority thing. And I agree with you. Those are some roads we need to do.
Right.
108th, oh, sorry, 108th and 112th. Yeah, 108th and 112th is a whole different story. We could overlay that road, but part of that problem on that road is on a hillside that's not the best hillside to have a road on. And it is a local road as well. Yeah, so that one is a very expensive proposition to try to put it back the way it probably should be done.
Okay.
So that is an ongoing conversation as well.
Well, I'm grateful that you're monitoring it because, you know, one slide is going to reroute some serious rerouting of traffic that may have a hard time getting places. This is one thing that I would just like to put out as just for people to noodle. When the Safe Streets and Sidewalk levy expires and we've taken care of the streets, just something to put as something to think about is looking at areas where there are bus stops, both for school and for transit, where there's no sidewalks. I'm thinking of East Riverside Drive. There's right there by East Rivers, the Riverside mobile home parks. That people use those are on that shoulder a lot to catch school buses and transit, and there's no safe place for them to be. So if we look at doing this, revisiting this again with Safe Streets and Sidewalks, I would just like to put that on the table of identifying areas where communities are underserved and we can get them safe places to wait for school buses and transit buses. But thank you for going through the projects as you were explaining them. I don't want to break it down and waste everybody's time, but it did not go unappreciated as you were explaining them. So thank you for taking care of the details. There's a lot of varied needs, and I just appreciate it, as I'm sure all of council does, and the city of Bothell. So thank you.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. I just want to say how impressed I am with the progress that you're making on all of these projects. These are critical projects for our citizens. And I know how important they are because I walk down and ride down 188th and I'm watching that whole project, which is the rockeries and the vaults and the sidewalks. And I'm going, that is amazing, but you've made huge progress on that. It's going to make a big difference for our schools and our people who want to get, our children who want to walk to town and bike to town, and for all of us on West Hill. So I know how important each of these projects are to the people where they live. And so I thank you for your progress. My priorities, of course, that I have to say is for our city to really be active and responsive to the people that they want to serve. Our Sound Transit Swift Green Line is critically important, and I know you know that too. But it's just what I want to highlight. Being able to bring people from Canyon Park into our town is very critical. The other one that I really hope we have something that works out very well for is to expand Beardsley Boulevard so that we can, our campuses, Cascadia College and University of Washington Bothell, can come into our city with great access. either in buses, bikes, or transportation. So these make a difference for our city and being able to have downtown be vital. So thank you for your work. I'm very impressed with this report. I can't tell you, I marked every single one of these projects down, and I just think I understand more about what you're doing now. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and to highlight how hard staff works to get grants to make our money go further. It makes all the difference in the world. And having been on the Transportation Policy Board with the PRSC, you know, we do very well. Bothell does very well in getting grants. And that is obviously because of the efforts and expertise of staff. And I'm thrilled as well as Rosemary about 188th. That was one of the big projects when we voted for the Safe Streets and Sidewalks levy to go on the ballot. That was one that that we flagged as being really, really important. And when that is built, I don't drink, but I will that day when it's done. And so anyway, I just want to thank you all for your hard work in these really challenging times and making us our money go further. It's very much appreciated.
All right, Steve, thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's great how you're mixing in the large projects as well as, you know, having a lot of focus on the preservation and the smaller local as well. Yeah, transportation projects are never ending. Really looking forward to the Bothell Way from Reeder to 240th there, getting that multimodal connection, getting pedestrians and bikes and just all types of transport getting through there, and yeah, especially getting the Swift Green Line down there into downtown. So I think that'll really help with our connection of kind of the two halves of our city, drawing them together. All right, it looks like no further questions or comments for you, Steve.
Okay, thank you very much. Up next is our Development Review and Utility Manager, Boyd Benson.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Boyd Benson, Public Works Utility and Development Services Manager. And tonight I'll be giving you a bit of information about the utilities portion of the 2021-2027 capital facilities plan. So for this update, we consider this a relatively minor update of the CFP for utilities. Our projects are based on existing planning documents. This includes our water system plan, our comprehensive wastewater plan, and our storm and surface water master plan. These are documents that have been publicly reviewed, commented upon, and they also include projects lists that range in duration for 12 to 20 years to determine what type of projects we should be looking at to make sure that it's robust, resilient utilities that provide good service to our citizenry and also meet regulatory requirements. Some of the documents we also reviewed were the general comprehensive. Projects were also developed based on staff involvement with operations. These may be areas within the city where utilities have had some challenges, I should say, and also with respect to opportunities. And when we say opportunities, these are opportunities to bundle projects together to provide greater value, to schedule things well together so that we get the most improvement for every dollar. and also make sure that we address critical projects as soon as we need to. The whole development effort with utilities included increased coordination between operations, capital, and utility development services. That work always occurs, but what I like to stress on this one is there are many, many projects for the utility systems. There are many, many projects for the transportation systems. And what we try to do is coordinate those projects to make sure that when we complete a transportation project, we've addressed all the underlying utility issues in a good, smart, efficient manner. And that does provide overall value. What you'll see in a few minutes are we've separated projects out with programmatic projects. These are projects that we do every year, such as annual water main replacement, and then standalone larger projects. We'll be touching on those soon. And also, please understand that this effort started really third, fourth quarter of 2019 and continued through the first quarter of 2020. Once the COVID-19 pandemic hit and we started to see reductions in usage and revenue, we did revise the CFP to defer projects as possible, while still making sure that the critical projects could be completed. And some of those deferments were also completed in coordination with deferred transportation projects. So for water, the programmatic pipe replacement project, W1, it's something we see every year. And that is replacing mains and other appurtenances in coordination with other utility projects or transportation projects. We've developed a new program, the Annual Water Facility Improvement Project. This is a new project that makes sure that we have the resources necessary to replace larger standalone components. Think booster stations or chlorine boosters or master meters with respect to these projects. We plan for replacement of these facilities, but when they fail, it's something that we need to replace quickly and get our system back online. And so we're making sure that we have resources for those. A few standalone projects in the 21-22 timeframe is the Piper's Glen transmission main. This is new. This provides a secondary source for the Piper's Glen neighborhood and also pretty much the southwest corner of our service area. And it's a challenging project that would hopefully be installed with upcoming new development. The Morningside Water Intertie, Norrie Hill Intertie, and Alderwood Intertie are not major projects, but when you look at these, they provide overall increases in resiliency and service. One to really touch on is the Morningside Water System W6. This is in association with some development improvements that will bring a new main from the Alderwood Water and Wastewater District down to the northeast corner of our service area and boost pressures in a zone that's dependent on booster stations. So instead of floating directly off the Alderwood. And then the Bothell Utility Project. This is a new project. We have older asbestos cement mains in Valhalla. This is an area that we see relatively frequent failures of older asbestos cement main. And this would be completed in conjunction with some sewer improvements. And the image you see here on the right is just a reason why we do these type of projects. This is up on Sunrise Drive. This is an older 4-inch AC main that happened to fail today. This isn't caused by any outside interference. This is something that, with age, asbestos cement pipe degrades, basically leaches out some of the cement and gets thin and fails. And this is something that was just replaced earlier today. So for sewer, once again, the programmatic pipe replacement program that you've seen before, there is a new proposed program, and that's the main extension program. This would extend sewer mains into developed neighborhoods that are currently served by on-site septic systems. And the reason the city's looking at this is it's once these neighborhoods, when the systems fail, they're required to connect up to city sewer within the municipal code. That's a very expensive effort for a single-family residential owner to complete extending sewer main into a neighborhood. So what we're looking at is extending those mains ahead of time. And as these residences hook up, that's where we collect recovery contract and facility charges to pay for the program. Some standalone projects include Lift Station 4. That's a Canton Lift Station. You'll see those bids come to you for consideration in the next month. This is a smaller lift station. It's imaged over here on the right, the upper image. It's past its design lifetime, and components are not easily, can't purchase components for it anymore. So we're replacing that with a new lift station. We're also doing feasibility work on Valhalla Lift Station number 1. This is a lift station that has an undersized wet well, and we're looking at some opportunities to either provide standby storage or hopefully direct routing of wastewater from adjacent neighborhoods and bypassing that system. So we're pretty excited about that. And one of the questions that came up on October 6th when budget was discussed is, are these projects? They're relatively high dollar projects. They're things that have been planned for a while. The lift station improvements, and they just happen to be coming up time of design and construction. So for storm, once again, we have the programmatic pipe replacement program, and now we're looking at a new program, the capital retrofit program, SW2. This is to retrofit existing stormwater facilities, ponds, other type of facilities to provide additional storage and water quality. Carryover projects completed with continued monitoring and maintenance of the Horse Creek project, Sammamish River Side Channel, and Prairie Creek 228. So we'll continue to make sure that those improvements are maintained. And then another question that came up in the October 6th budget discussion was about funding for all these projects and with respect to WashDOT fees. So I'll touch on this really briefly. We can touch on it more during the budget presentation if you wish, or the rate presentation. But up until 2019, WashDOT was charged road maintenance fees, as was the city system, based on contributing area and runoff. And this was a set formula that is in our municipal code and also RCW. As of 2020, that approach is no longer valid. We can only charge WashDOT for direct impacts that we can demonstrate where stormwater coming off their right of way or limited access enters the city system, and that we've developed facilities to address that water, or we maintain facilities to address that water. And based on staff evaluations, we simply don't have any of those type of facilities. So what we're proposing with respect to road fees is we'll no longer be able to charge WashDOT for those fees. And so we're looking at taking those fees out of the transportation road fees out of the city system as well. And that's mostly to provide equity with what we're charging WashDOT, which will now be zero, and also decrease burden on the general. A few more storm projects, some standalone would be the downtown revitalization utility projects. This is continuation of work that's been in progress for quite a while. Blythe Creek erosion control. This is a sediment pond within the western portion of the park. We have excess sediment coming down the hill into the park and into Sammamish River, and this will be expanding that facility, that sediment, and reduce turbidity within the river. Sammamish River, Winnie Creek. This is a project we're pretty excited about. This is something that Ms. Gear is working with the Parks Department to look at salmon habitat and potentially daylighting some channels or side channel work. And the 35th Avenue's drainage improvements. This is a frequent flooded area, and the city is looking at installing fish culvert associated with work on that. And this is another one of these large projects. This is estimated to be $4 to $5 million, depending on the ultimate design. So some 2023, 2027 projects. This is a relatively high overview. All utilities will continue with current projects. The annual water main replacement, facility replacement. Few water system improvements we're looking at are the Bluebird Reservoir painting, recoating. This is something that has been done periodically. Make sure that we can continue to have high quality storage and water quality. Bothell High School utility project. There's and then the Lower Maywood utility project. This is also, this is just northeast of downtown, where we're looking at some improvements to the water system, sewer system, and storm. So try to find some opportunities to get those completed together. Sewer, there's some undersized sewer within SR 522. We're looking at that, and then the wastewater comprehensive plan. And it seems like only recently completed that in 2017, 2018, but that's a 6 or 7 year update, and so we've included that in the plan. Storm, continuing monitoring maintenance. We have some flooding issues in Norway Hill we'll be looking at. Pioneer Hills development has some substandard conveyance pipe that is failing, and in Pioneer Meadow as well. So for concerns, we consider these all very critical projects. These are essential facilities. We believe these projects are required to ensure safe, fiscally, environmentally responsible services, so we can be good stewards of our utilities and maintain service that meets regulatory requirements and needs and expectations of our customers. Another concern is the 21-22 budget. We'll be discussing rates and budget a little later on tonight, but there is reduced revenue due to COVID-19. And that's resulted in decreased fund balance and the inability to do as much work as we planned. And then staffing capacity to do the work. Operations, the response today, the water main break included all sections of operations, storm, street, water, sewer, to take care of that issue. We have very, very good operations staff, but there's just a lot of work to do. And then there's the planning, engineering, and capital portion of that. Capital is very busy with some very high-profile transportation projects, and we'll work very closely with them to make sure we can complete our utility projects as well in coordination with those and the state projects. So that is what I have to present to you in this presentation, and I appreciate the opportunity to, oh boy, answer any questions.
Deputy Mayor Zornes.
Well, that water main blowing today provided quite a bit of excitement here on our hill. And I have to say, seeing the crew come and all hands on deck was very, very impressive. And also the amount of damage that water can do in a New York minute is also very impressive. So I didn't get a chance to thank the crew there. They were busy with the water and so please thank them for I think they still have more work to do on that, so please pass on my thanks and the neighborhood's thanks for that. Stormwater and draining from Lake Pleasant, does that feed Horse Creek?
Lake Pleasant itself?
Yeah, what feeds Horse Creek?
Horse Creek's fed by quite a bit of stormwater. There's contributions all the way up through that drainage. Do you have specific questions about Lake Pleasant?
Well, I know that earlier Steve was saying that there's some issues on maintaining slope around Lake Pleasant, and when you're talking about stormwater, it is the whole, it's looking at the whole entirety of the health between those wetlands all the way down to Horse Creek. And it's a very dynamic system. And there's quite a bit of runoff that feeds into Lake Pleasant as well, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that you all are monitoring that, the dynamics of that. So my last question has to do about sewer. About how many households are on sewer still in Bothell?
On septic or on sewer?
Not sewer. Sorry. Yeah, right. Septic, on septic.
Yeah, it's on the order of 150 homes.
That's not monumental. is it mandatory once a sewer line goes in that houses have to go out, even if their septic is working, they have to go on to sewer? Or do you?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought I was reading, but then I wasn't sure during your presentation. And then how do you monitor how do you decide the need to put a sewer line in? Do you look at the age of houses and what their septic tanks might be at, or is it more development based? How do you decide when a sewer line needs to go in?
There we go. Ah, finally. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Yes.
All right, that's better you than me.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And just to respond to that briefly, we do know of neighborhoods, basically bad actor neighborhoods, where drain fields are failing. And this is something that it's been an issue for the last few years, but it came to light more aggressively this last year, where to require someone to install up to 500 or 1,000 feet of sewer main because their drain field has failed is just a really challenging proposition. It's a very large financial burden.
Right.
So we've identified a few neighborhoods where there's a very high density of drain fields. And these may be neighborhoods that look like yours. It just, there was a window in time where development could occur where they did include on-site septic systems. So we're targeting those neighborhoods.
I actually think part of my health still is on septic. At the south end, a neighbor just a couple of years ago was trying to talk everybody else down. It surprised me that here in downtown Bothell there could still be people on septic. So, and I appreciate your sensitivity with the neighbors and the costs, because it is hard. You know, if you have to choose between a roof and a sewer line, it would be hard. So, thank you for being measured with the different neighborhoods on getting those lines in. They do need to go in, but thank you for being sensitive to individuals. So that's all I've got.
Thank you.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. And I just want to respond to some of the things I heard you say, which I was very impressed with. First of all, you look for opportunities and efficiencies, and you're pretty excited about the work that you're doing. So I appreciate that. You know, to some of us, utilities are not exactly the highlight of our life, but I appreciate that you're excited about them. But they are a highlight when we think about the fact that you're keeping healthy creeks and healthy rivers, and those are very important to the people in our community. So I want to thank you for your work and for being environmentally responsive in your services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Utilities are definitely, you know, a critical piece of what the city provides, and it's, you know, just because you don't see it doesn't make it any less important. You know, when you turn your water on, you want water to come out. When you flush the toilet, you want it to disappear. You know, as Councilmember McAuliffe was talking about, it protects our natural environment. So, you know, it's definitely critical work that you and your team are doing. So thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. So on to the next. This would be Director Erin Lenhart presenting for facilities.
Thank you, Boyd. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I only have 2 projects to present, so mine will be much shorter than everybody else's. And I am here this evening in place of Fleeton Facilities Manager Jeff Sperry, who couldn't be here with us tonight. I will try to do these projects justice in his stead. So the nature of the update for facilities, we just have 2 projects. One is one you're very familiar with, continuation of a project, and another will probably be new to most, if not all of you. First project, F3, is replacement of fire stations 42 and 45. We anticipate completion of construction of both stations by the end of 2022. So that will be completed within this biennium. The new project that you may not have heard of, F4. So the city has a shop building that's off of Brickyard Road, just south of Wooden Bill Drive. This building is in the future right-of-way area for the I-405 widening project. So we have been in conversations with WashDOT about acquiring part of this property, and the new right-of-way will actually go directly through a shop building we have there. So it's we have storage there, and we also have what we call a decant facility and other important facilities for public works, and also the police department uses part of this shop building. So we are currently in conversations with WashDOT on this. We anticipate completion of the new shop building in 2023. They're on a very aggressive schedule, but we all have heard from Sound Transit and others that the project is somewhat uncertain, and we don't know about funding for the widening project, if it will stay on track for this early development. But according to the right-of-way acquisition folks, they've still been pressing us to get this done. So the concerns that we have about these projects, they're really both about Shop 1 right now. One is the aggressive WashDOT timeline. They're really pressing us to figure out what we're going to be able to do, and the site is fairly constrained, and there really isn't any other property that we could move to. So that's going to be a challenge. And we're still negotiating with them. So we haven't completed our negotiations about functional replacement and what that is going to cost. And our anticipation and expectation is that they will cover all of the costs of this project. And that is it for facilities. Any questions? All right, I'm done. Thank you.
You are. Thank you for a brief presentation.
You're welcome.
All right, so I believe that's the end of the presentations on the capital facilities plan. City Clerk, did we have any public comment?
We did not.
All right. So City Manager, the recommended action is hold a public hearing and discuss the draft. So we're just looking to approve the draft tonight. So I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Agnew,
I'd move the recommended action.
Councilmember McNeil.
Second.
All right, thank you both. So we have Councilmember Agnew with the motion to hold a public hearing and discuss the draft 2021-2027 capital facilities plan and approve as presented, with a second by Councilmember McNeil. Any discussion on the item? All right, seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yay or nay when I state your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yay.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yay.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Yay.
Councilmember McNeil.
Yay.
Mayor Olson.
Yay.
Councilmember Dorr.
Yay.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yay.
Passes 7-0.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's take a 9-minute break and come back at 9:45. All right, welcome back. We are on to AB 20-137, public hearing and consideration of ordinances, establish 2021 user rates for water, sanitary sewer, storm, and surface water utilities, and revise and clarify billing processes for the water and sewer utilities. So it looks like we will have Boyd Benson once again presenting.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Boyd Benson, Public Works,
If I
Utilities
can
and
interrupt,
Development.
Boyd, if I can interrupt, Mayor, would you like to open the public meeting for the public hearing?
I would love to. I will now open a public hearing on AB 20-137.
Outstanding. Good evening again. Here to speak to you about rates. Boyd Benson, Public Works, Utility and Development Services. With us tonight, and they'll be joining us in a few slides, are Tage Akar and John Gurmaducci from FCS Group, our financial consultant. So I will attempt to be more efficient on my sharing. Look at that. Outstanding. So I'd like to provide you a bit of background on this first. Just describe a bit of information about the utilities. Utilities are self-sufficient enterprise funds. That means they're modeled after a business model. They have to rely on their own revenue and expenses with no subsidies from other utilities in the general fund. Of course, we always look for opportunities and grants, but otherwise we should be self-sufficient. The water and sewer utilities are located in the south half of the city, generally coincide with our King County portion of the city. These are billed every 2 months by the city, utility billing staff within Public Works. We purchase our water from Seattle Public Utilities from a few different interties. We also purchase small amounts of water from the neighboring water districts. Wastewater is collected within the city and conveyed via our conveyance system to King County conveyance systems, where then they are treated by King County under agreement, and we pay for that treatment. For stormwater, the stormwater area includes the entire city boundary. Our billing is completed twice a year with the tax statements that are sent out by King and Snohomish counties. We found that this is a very efficient way to bill, since our water and sewer is only located within the south half of the city. It's quite expensive to bill if we did our own billing for the remainder of the city as well. And finally, utility rates may be amended to ensure the long-term viability of our utilities. We have policies and procedures and requirements within the civil code to make sure that our utilities are fiscally responsible, so we can provide good service to our citizens and meet regulatory requirements to be good stewards. So what did we do? We had planned, we brought forward in the last budget to do a full utility rate study. We'd actually scoped that out during the fourth quarter of 2019 and the first quarter of 2020. Unfortunately, we were then hit with the COVID-19 pandemic. And with that pandemic, it became apparent very early on that we had seen a change in consumption within the first billing cycle within the pandemic, and also that our revenue could be impacted by that. So we worked with FCSG to modify, actually replace the scope of the full utility rate study with a COVID-19 specific study that would look at the impacts from the pandemic on usage and revenue. As part of that, we also looked at immediate stopgap measures to reduce expenditures, and that includes operating capital cost deferrals. The results of this is planned to support the 2022 budget, and just want to remind you, this is not a full rate study. We still have plans to complete the full rate study in 21-22. So with COVID-19, the city took several actions to help reduce expenditures. That was operating expense, the furlough for all staff, of course. There was a layoff of one utility funded position. We hired interns to assist with work, and that did not occur in 2020. Out of town and travel-related costs and training were ceased. And then also we looked at, actually completed deferring non-critical vehicle replacement. So for 2020 to 2022, we will not be following the standard vehicle replacement schedule. Critical vehicles and equipment are still being replaced. Part of the COVID-19 actions were assisting our customers with respect to payments. This is part of the March State Ratepayer Assistance Proclamation, followed soon by a resolution by the city of Bothell. And this basically makes it so delinquent accounts are not assessed fees and services are not shut off. It is pretty interesting. Bothell ratepayers are continuing to pay their fees generally. We've seen typically on an order of 200 accounts each billing period that could have been subject to ceasing service. Of course, that's not happening now. And that's very similar to what we've seen in the past few years and in 2019. And of course, there's a capital facility plan, which we've already discussed. And once again, non-critical standalone projects were deferred. Utility projects associated with transportation projects were obviously deferred. And non-essential programmatic projects were deferred. The critical projects, the lift stations, reservoirs, et cetera, interties are still being maintained. Those are critical in our opinion to maintain good service. And now I'm going to pass this presentation off to Tage Acker from FCSG Group.
Thank you, Boyd. Can you all hear me okay? Excellent. So before we get into some of the results, we wanted to provide a quick introduction and maybe a refresher to some to utility rate making. As Boyd mentioned, each of these utilities are a self-sufficient enterprise fund, so they're not no planned subsidies. The rates are set to cover those costs of providing the services. Typically, those come in two types of categories: operating and maintenance and capital costs. Operating maintenance, sometimes referred to as O&M, those are your employee salaries and benefits, supplies and materials, routine inspections and maintenance. There are engagement and education programs. One of the big ticket items for the water utility is purchased water from Seattle Public Utilities. And then one of the big ticket items for the wastewater utility is that wastewater treatment provided through King County. Operating costs are typically more predictable year to year, where it's capital costs, depending on the capital program of each utility, how many projects are going on and how big those projects are, can be a little bit more up and down. Those are your infrastructure replacement projects, as well as facility expansions and upgrades. Next slide, please. So as Boyd mentioned towards the beginning of this presentation, one of the things that we looked at was to what extent the COVID-19 pandemic had on utility revenues. And so the steps that we went through to try to estimate those impacts are shown here. First, we looked at each utility individually and looked at how much of those revenues come from fixed charges and how much of those revenues come from variable charges. And we focused on that variable revenue question to see, with more people staying at home, less people going into work, schools being closed, how did that change the consumption behaviors for different types of customers? And with that change in consumption that we looked at the billing data, we could then estimate the change in variable revenues due to that change in consumption. And that fed into one of many factors that city staff considered in recommending the rate increases at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. So going back to the fixed versus variable charge question, it really varies for each of the three utilities: water, sewer, and stormwater. Water, there you can see on the left with that pie chart, the overall revenue, roughly 36% of the revenue for water utilities come from fixed charges, whereas 64% comes from variable charges. So depending on how much water a particular customer uses, their bill can go up and down with that. In the middle there, sewer generates much more of its revenue from fixed charges, 57% roughly, with only 43% of the sewer revenues coming from variable components. And then on the far right there, stormwater utility, those rates are entirely fixed. There is no variable component. So what we can see here is, a change in consumption for the water utility might have a greater effect than the sewer utility, as the sewer utility generates more of its revenue from fixed charges. Next slide, please. For the water utility, we looked at each of the classes shown here. In general, we did see lower consumption in 2020 compared to the same period in 2019. At the time of the analysis, we had actual data January through June in 2020. We compared that to the same period in 2019. In general, residential customer classes were flat or up in the case of duplexes, but we did see declines in the consumption for commercial, government, mobile home, and irrigation customer classes. Important to keep in mind there, you can see a pie chart off to the right. That's the total revenue for the water utility in 2019, and it shows how much revenue comes from different types of customers. So you can see residential makes up just over half of the overall revenue pie for the water utility. One thing to point out here, government consumption saw the greatest decrease. That includes schools as well. But overall, that small purple slice there is the revenue generated by government customers. So important to keep in context the overall revenue generated by each of those classes that would have a smaller or bigger effect depending on their share of the revenue. Now, overall, based on these ups and downs, we're estimating roughly a 5% decrease in revenue for the water utility in 2020 compared to 2019. But as we noted, this is just the first 6 months of customer billing data, and each billing cycle, the information gets better. And we suspect into the new year, in 2021, we'll be able to look at the full calendar year for 2020 to get that full impact. One of the things this doesn't show is summer irrigation revenues, for example. That wasn't part of the data available at that time. Next slide, please. The sewer utility, similar to the water utility, saw lower flow in 2020 compared to 2019, and therefore lower variable revenue. As we saw in water, residential flat or up in some cases, and similar trends for commercial, government, and mobile home customers. A couple of things to note, we do show that pie chart again off to the right. Residential customers make up a much larger share of sewer revenues than they do for the water utility. So because the fact that residential flows have been fairly strong year over year, the sewer utilities revenues are at less risk than the water utility. In addition to that, sewer utilities tend to be more fixed in their revenue. So if we remember that slide from a couple of slides above, the sewer utility had a significant portion of their revenue come from fixed charges. So that also protects the sewer utilities revenues. So based on that first 6 months of data in 2020, we're estimating that revenues will be down less than 5% in 2020 compared to 2019. Next slide, please. And lastly, the stormwater utility, we're expecting little change. The stormwater revenues do not have a variable component. So those revenues are pretty safe. There's no notable increase in delinquencies. And then revenues received to date are fairly typical with what we'd expect as those payments are due at the end of April and at the end of October. So far we've gotten about half of the revenues for the year, and we'd expect to get the remainder of those revenues fairly soon. As Boyd pointed out, though, that pie chart off to the right shows revenue coming from different customer classes. WashDOT and city roads, those two smaller slices towards the top in the green and purple, those will be going away in 2021. So that's one of the major factors that feeds into the rate recommendations that Boyd will get into in the next few slides. And with that, I'll hand it back to Boyd. I think you're muted, Boyd.
Thank you so much, Dougie. So just a general overview of how we look at fund balances. You may see these type of charts within the budget documents. The city looks at the utility funds over long term. So we keep our historical data going back. We look specifically at the 2-year biennium, but we also look 7 years ahead to make sure that the utilities are fiscally sound. So I just want to go over a few of the items that are critical in these evaluations. And I think the first one would be looking at the restricted reserves. If you see the small box over on the left in red, the debt service is restricted. We have to pay those debt payments. Capital emergency reserves, this is within the city code is 2% of our fixed assets. And for water, that's about $15 million. And that has to be maintained for our policies and requirements. Our operating reserve, that allows us to continue operating, provides funds for continued operations should something happen. And for water and sewer, that's equal to 60 days of operating costs. For storm, it's 120. And then capital reserves, that's a function of the capital work being completed. And that's 10% of the capital projects scheduled for that biennium. So those are funds that we must maintain. The next one I'd like to bring your attention to is the total estimated beginning fund balance in the left in orange. That must be positive. That's policy and requirements. We must maintain a positive fund balance. And then the last one I'd like to bring your attention to is the unrestricted beginning fund balance. That's circled in green on the left. That is our working cash that pays for operations work and capital. And if there is not sufficient unrestricted beginning fund balance, it starts to impact our ability to do work, first with capital and heaven forbid operations. So these are the things we look at. And as you look at the water utility, we see some red numbers out in 2023 and beyond. And I'll be showing this graphically in a few slides in a bit. And there you go. So just an overview of what we're discussing next. We strive to balance revenues and expenses. Once again, this is an enterprise fund. We want to make sure that fund balance is healthy so we can complete the work to provide good services to our constituents and also meet regulatory requirements. The proposed 2020 rate increases are the minimum recommended by staff to complete those goals. And what's being proposed is a water utility rate increase of 6%, sewer of 3.5%, and storm and surface water utility of 5%. This is in the short term. We're looking right now at 21-22. This is not a long-term rate evaluation with rate recommendations. That's something that we'll be addressing in the future. But this is to make sure that we can have sustainable utilities within the next few years and meet our regulatory requirements with respect to reserves. So for the water utility, a brief overview. The image on the right shows the city boundary. Our service area is generally the south half of the city, located with King County. Portions of that is also served by adjacent water districts. Our goal is to provide safe, reliable water, and provide sufficient flow and quantity to meet minimum requirements for residential and commercial services. We need to make sure that our residual chlorine and our water quality is high. It's mandated. One thing I put utility billing in there just to remind you, there are components of the proposed legislation before you that include some simplifications to the billing process. Currently, our billing fees for meter turn off and turn on are located within municipal code. We're recommending that those be removed from the code and be added to our fee resolution. Then once again, it's day-to-day operation. I listed out some specifics. The one that always amazes me is the number of fire hydrants that are maintained in the city. So for rate considerations in 2021, there is no wholesale increase by SPU in 2021. It's zeroed out. There is a CPI cost of living increase of 1% that means for increased operations costs, salaries, benefits, and equipment, and the rest. Then interfund services, that has increased. The utilities were assessed with respect to the amount of burden on general fund activities, or typically general fund activities, back in the late 2019 or 2020. This is to make sure that utilities pay their fair share of finance, HR, legal services, facilities, and the rest. And that has increased quite a bit, and it makes good sense. It's the fair share burden of utilities. So those increases, we're recommending a minimum rate increase of 6%. Once again, this is not to recover revenue that's lost in 2020 with respect to COVID-19. That's something that we believe the utilities can absorb. It's mostly these other costs that are high enough where they impact the water utility significantly. Now, this plot is very busy. Please bear with me. This is the same information that we showed on that snapshot of the fund balance sheet. I'm just going to go through this very briefly. Please be patient. So the red there is our revenue. The red dashed line is proposed revenue with the rate increase. Capital is in green and total expenses in blue. The one that's really important to look at on this chart is the purple line, and that's our beginning fund balance. And as you can see, we're relatively healthy through 2019, and with the decreases in revenue and with the increased interfund services, it's dropping relatively quickly with respect to the capital projects we're recommending for completion. To the point by the end of 2022, beginning of 2023, that beginning fund balance is negative. And that is something that's not allowed by our policies. The other one I'd like to point out is the area circled in orange. With the decrease in beginning fund balance, we do not have the funds in those years to complete utility projects in the plan. So what we have shown here is what this would look like with the proposed 6% increase, and that's the red dash line and the purple dash line. As you can see, the red dash line increase, it's not a huge amount, but revenue accrues over time, and increase at this time provides increased revenue through the life of the system. What it does is it shifts that beginning fund balance issue out of the 21-22 biennium. It makes it so we can continue to comply with our policies and requirements. However, it does not address the issues with respect to funding ending fund balance, beginning fund balance for our capital projects. And what that means for the city of Bothell is that some of those projects may have to be deferred. And that is just something that we'll have to address over time and potentially as part of 2021 new budget amendments. So how do our rates compare to other cities? This is something that always quite surprises me. The city of Bothell is relatively lean with respect to the water utility. Back in 2020, at the start of the year, SPU published their annual wholesale water report. And in that report, it included a lot of the 27 service cities that they provide to. And the range for a single family residence for those 27 cities ranged from $31 to $70 per single family residence. Bothell was at 36.87, the fifth lowest. And I've simplified that plot and shown a few of our neighborhood cities just so you can see where we rate. And what does this mean? It means that we have a very efficient water utility. It also could mean that we should be looking at our revenue to make sure that we collect enough funds to complete the work we need to keep a strong utility function. And what I've shown is the 3687 in 2019 and what that would equate to in 2021 with a increase. For the sewer utility, once again, safe, reliable sanitary sewer collection and conveyance to our treatment with King County. This is once again a regulatory requirement. Day-to-day operation of quite a bit of infrastructure. The lift station is probably one of the biggest burdens, although we do have quite a bit of sewer main that needs attention and periodic cleaning and rotting. So the rate considerations we looked here, sewer treatment wholesale costs by King County are increasing by 4.5% in 2021. I've equated that to an actual impact to revenue, and our sewer treatment is just a portion of the fees we charge to our customers. The rest is the operation, the maintenance, and the rest are included capital. So what does that equate to? That equates to about 2.5% of our total rate revenue. Once again, the cost of living increase of 1%, and then the interfund services about 2.5%. That's once again to pay the utilities' fair share of those general fund burdens. The recommended rate increase for the sewer utility is at 3.5%. Once again, it's recommended as a minimum. It's not intended to collect any reductions in revenue for 2020, and we believe we can absorb those as well as the sewer treatment increase within our existing utility. And if I forgot to mention, the image on the right shows the city limits and the sewer utility, which is pretty much the south half of the city. When you look at the sewer utility, it's actually doing pretty okay. When you look at this plot, this is what we'd like to see for all the utilities. We have relatively healthy revenue with respect to beginning ending fund balance. And you can see that there is enough funding in there. Once again, look at the capital expense line, the green, just below the purple. We have funding to complete most of our work. We're still recommending a minimum increase because as we look out further, if we don't try to address the changes that we've seen with respect to the interfund service and the CPI, that compounds over time. And then finally, the storm and surface water utility. Once again, on the image on the right, it's the entire city limits. This is a utility that has different regulatory requirements. It's not health, life, safety with respect to water and sewer, but it is the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System requirements that the city is subject to, and that's to make sure that the water leaving the city and within the city system is clean. It's a comprehensive utility program. The planning, developing, and maintaining the system is quite extensive, both private and public inspections and improvements to make sure that our system works appropriately. Day-to-day operations of quite a bit of infrastructure. The compliance now is we do a rotating circuit for catch basin inspections, and those are checked, I believe, every 2 years, every single catch basin, and clean as required. So the requirements to maintain our utility system, stormwater utility system, are pretty stringent. So for the rate considerations, once again, we had the 1% cost of living increase for the operational portion of the side of the utility. Interfund services to pay their fair share of burden equates to about 4%. And then we discussed earlier the road fees, both from WashDOT and the city. This is a really big hit. Staff and management believes this is something that should be addressed. When the city was able to collect funds from WashDOT, it made really good sense to collect those funds and pay the city share of responsibility. And to explain that in a better way, the way the RCW was structured in 2019 and prior is that any charges to WashDOT had to be reflected in the same manner as charges to the city. That's no longer into effect. And the city's ability to collect those funds from WashDOT is very small. And to try to make things more equitable and also to decrease the total burden of the general fund, the city's recommending that no longer be paid out of street fees. But that is quite a hit. For the recommended rate increase, we're recommending that we only cover the cost of living increase and the interfund service burden. We can't absorb the entire road fee burden, but as we go to the next plot, we can see that the storm utility is in relatively okay shape through 2024. It's only as we go further out in the planning period that we start seeing the ending fund balance hit that level where we're serious. We have issues completing our day-to-day operations and our capital improvement projects. And that is something that would be looked at as part of a more comprehensive rate structure. Staff was not comfortable recommending a higher increase than the 5% rate increase proposed for 2020. And to compare the city of Bothell to other stormwater utilities, we're near the bottom. There's some outliers like Sammamish that charge quite a bit. With that said, compared to our neighboring cities, both the existing and the proposed 5% increase, we're still competitive. We have a very comprehensive stormwater utility with respect to how we deal with the NPDES requirements. We think we do a very good job, and it is very lean, but we believe that the 5% increase proposed in 2021 can help assist to make sure we can continue those services. So what does all this mean? What I presented right here is the last summary slide with proposed water increase of 6%, sewer rate increase of 2.5%, and stormwater increase of 5%. These are the minimums that staff are recommending. We're not recommending exceeding these, but this is the minimum increase that we believe is required to make sure that we can meet our fund balance requirements, especially with water. And we can continue to do the good work to make sure that we have the resources to complete operations and capital work. So we have a resilient, strong utility system. When we look at this, it really is all about financial health. We're not proposing increases to address the period outside of 2023. We're really looking at 21, 22. And then the table at the bottom of this is what does it mean to our constituents, the single family rate payers. We're using them as an example. Currently, this is a summary of 2021 typical utility fees. And by typical, what we used is the average water consumption and wastewater discharge for single-family residential units within the city. And it's not a small number, about $1,500 a year. The proposed increases would add an additional about $65 to that a year. Not a huge amount when you look at $5 a month, but it is still significant. We understand that this could be a burden to folks. And once again, that's why we're recommending a minimum increase. And how does this impact commercial units? So the commercial rates that we charge are all within the municipal code. They're all based on consumption or surface area with respect to stormwater, and they vary significantly. You have a small business that's charged at or less than a single family residential unit because you have such low consumption of surface area for stormwater, as opposed to a very large commercial entity that could be 10 times what we see for a monthly cost or more. And it's all proportional. It's all percentage. So if the commercial entity is paying $15,000 a year, they expect to pay $600 more that year with the growth rate increase. And a good question we had previously is what happens if we don't increase rates? So for the water utility, which is the most constrained utility, what that means is we do have an issue with respect to meeting our internal regulatory requirements, just financial health regulatory requirements, to make sure that we have a fund balance that's stable through 2022. And we don't have that right now. So what would have to happen is deferring additional capital projects, which, as we mentioned before, those staff has already looked at and deferred as many projects as we feel can be deferred and still address issues that should be addressed. What about a smaller increase? It would help, but it would not provide the financial health that we're looking for. And what about a larger increase to address some of the other issues I discussed, such as the road fee, lost revenue, and staff is not comfortable recommending larger increases at this time with respect to COVID-19 and the burden it's already placed on our ratepayers. And that is pretty much what I have to present to you this evening. I'd be very thankful to receive any questions, and Tage and John Garvey are here as well to assist with any responses.
All right, who has any questions for Boyd? Boy, it looks like you're so thorough that everyone's speechless. Councilmember Dewar.
Well, with the summary where you made the recommendation based on well, not really feeling comfortable increasing it more, but also making it pretty clear that we don't have much of a choice. I'm going to move the recommended action, as much as I hate to have to do it.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Dewar, could I interrupt? Mr. Mayor, could you ask if there's any public comment on this item?
Yes. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right. Back to you, Councilmember Dewar.
I feel like there's really nothing to say. It seems pretty clear what we have to do, as much as I don't want to raise taxes or, fees. It doesn't seem like we have much of an alternative, so I'm just going to move the recommended action.
Councilmember Thompson?
I'll second, just saying it doesn't bring me any joy, but we have to have sustainable utilities.
I agree completely with both of you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to let me come up here. Adopt ordinances to revise and clarify billing processes for the water and sewer utilities and establishing 2021 user and user rates, including 6% for water utility rate increase, 3.5% sanitary sewer utility increase, and a 5% storm and surface water utility increase. And a second was by Councilmember Thompson. Any discussion? Councilmember McAuliffe?
Thank you. I have a concern from pretty much of what I heard about this report. I'm looking at the different numbers here. The water utility rate increase is something that is. Sorry, what?
There's a motion on the floor.
Oh. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
If it was a discussion, but yeah, we're closed to comments or questions.
In her defense, she did have her card up while you were taking questions.
I apologize. I did not see that. All right. Well, let's move forward with the vote. City Clerk?
Please say yay or nay when I state your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yay.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yay.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
Nay.
Was that a nay? A no? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Was that a yes or a no?
That's a no.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McNeil?
Yay.
Mayor Olson?
Yay.
Councilmember Dewar?
Yay.
Councilmember Agnew?
No.
Was that a no? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Was that a no?
No.
No. Okay, I think if I heard this right, I've got the motion passes 5-2 with council members Agnew and McAuliffe in the negative.
Correct, that's what I heard as well. All right, thank you, everyone. So that closes our public hearing for AB 20-137. So it moves us on to AB 20-138, public hearing on the preliminary 2021-2022 budget. So I will open up a public hearing. And looking, I believe we're going to go back to Director Bothell. Welcome back, Director Bothell. You're on mute. Still on mute.
It really is my turn to have problems. All right. Several steps in the budget process are required by state law. One such requirement is that the city hold a public hearing on the preliminary budget. The purpose of the public hearing is to solicit feedback from the community on the budget proposal. On October 6th, the city manager presented the preliminary budget at the city council meeting. The October 6th presentation and the preliminary budget document are available on the website. And that is your introduction.
That mute button is catchy tonight. All right, so City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this?
We do, Mayor Olson. We had 14 people sign up to provide written comments. 13 of those were in regards to the DEI position, the diversity, equity, and inclusion position. I can read the list of names on that. And then we had one person that signed up with written comments regarding human services funding. And that comment was from Silji Soldol on human services. The ones that submitted comments, which were all forwarded to City Council this evening and will be made part of the record, were on the DEI position, were Sarah Gustafson, Cameron Chapman, Amy Karnosh, Tan Gable, Jonathan Caceres, Chang Hak Choi, Claire Robson, Mallory Macklin, Jeremy Tadros, Dan Morse, Andrew Nelson, Rebecca Terry, and Donna Bardsley. I also have 6 people that chose to speak live tonight. I don't know how many are online. I'm going to attempt to unmute all because I do not have call-in numbers for them. So when I unmute everybody, I'm going to call you out one by one. Please say here if you're here, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak. So let's see if this works. And it's not. So you're going to have to, I'm sorry for those of you that are online, you're going to have to unmute yourselves. Is Angela Maeda online? Please unmute your mic if you can.
If they've called in on the phone, they're not going to be able to mute or unmute themselves.
I cannot unmute them. I'm trying and I cannot.
Hi, Laura. This is Ben Mankey. Anybody on the phone that needs to unmute themselves, it's *6.
Right. Angela, are you on the line? Okay. Ben, you're next. I'm going to give you 3 minutes and we'll get back to Angela Maeda. So Ben, you're up.
Great. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the proposed budget. I've been tuned in for all of the budget discussions year to date and most of the council meetings as well. I believe that the biennial budget is one of those important agenda bills that the city works on and approves, and it not only sets the course of the next 2 years, but also future years as well. There's a lot that I want to say about the budget, but for the sake of time and given how long this meeting has already run, I'll be brief. I was really pleased to hear Council members Durr and Thompson raise concerns with the budget that's proposed on October 6th, and specifically call out, the assumption that every revenue enhancing lever would be pulled, and we'd be skipping contributions to the asset replacement fund and would still be facing a $2.1 million shortfall to meet our planned expenditures. So, as a city, we have 3 times more debt compared to similar cities. We have millions of dollars of unfunded asset replacement items. We've got, several $1 million of financial liabilities with downtown still that are still unknown. Our reserves are not meeting where our financial policies say. And I know that's a rough reality, but it is our reality. And council has an opportunity here to start turning the boat around with our budget. And I think there's always going to be reasons why now isn't a good time. COVID is certainly a very, very good one. But if not now, when? And if not this council, then which council in the future is going to do that? I think we're not in this position now because of this council. Obviously, there's been decisions made by councils over the last 2 decades. But this council is here and now and has this opportunity to really turn it around and starting with this budget. So I just really want to encourage all of you to look at truly balancing this budget for this upcoming biennium. And I really want to thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you. Angela, Aida, are you on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Is that you, Angela? I'm sorry, Angela, are you there? Okay. Hannah Mendrell, are you on the line?
Hello?
Hello, is this Hannah?
Oh, sorry, this is Angela. I'm sorry. I'm having
Okay,
problems
Angela,
with my phone.
Angela, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Great. Okay, good evening, council members. I've been following the council meetings and deliberations for the goal of a DEI staff position for the city, and would like to urge each one of you to prioritize this as one of the most important budget decisions you will make for the upcoming year. In watching council discussions, it seems that for many of you, this is important, but not urgent. I would like to challenge that idea. We've seen throughout history that progress for those not in the majority has been hard-won and with bloodshed. And though with some improvements, the pattern is 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. Often it is 3 steps back, as change and sharing are hard for the privileged and powerful. But for the city of Bothell regarding race, equity, and inclusion, we cannot wait any longer. We are already the only city on the east side that does not have a comprehensive plan to address the multifaceted, multi-level, and insidious issues that the privileged and powerful are so often blind to. If it must take the egregious injustices of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Juan Rene Hummel Jr., and many others to wake us up to the reality that the basic human rights of all U.S. citizens are not equally applied, then it must be tragically so. But then we must seize this tragic moment to make the changes that should have already been done. The time is now for Bothell. My father, a first-generation Chinese American, immigrated here not long after the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 reopened U.S. borders that had been slammed shut to the Chinese. He told me this week that he once thought the U.S. was the greatest nation in the world. But now he sees there has been a deep hypocrisy beyond measure. This country that advertises itself to the world as a leader in human rights and equality has buried a history of exclusion and gain for those who look like the original colonizers of the world. We must acknowledge that despite the extraordinary ideals of our democratic system, the implementation consistently falls short of the language and with grave consequences. For those of you who follow the hearings of Amy Coney Barrett, you may have seen the pain on Senator Cory Booker's face upon hearing that this privileged and educated white woman had done little to no reading and self-education on race issues in our country, despite having adopted 2 Black children. I appeal to each of you that in taking on this role on council, you have adopted 997 Black children, 3,589 Latinx children, 3,772 Asian children, and 2,477 children of mixed race. It is now your responsibility to learn and take care of us well. Please prioritize and guarantee a full-time DEI position in the 2021-22 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the line is Hannah Mendro. Hannah, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Hannah, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, all right, thank you. This is Hannah. I'm also calling to advocate the addition of a DEI position to the city staff in the budget. I want to note before going into why this is necessary that this isn't the end all of racial equity. And as Angela pointed out, we have a lot more work to do, but this work is foundational to all of the projects and processes within our city. Affordable housing, public safety, community development, public utilities, parks, everything we've heard discussed in this meeting and everything that we do needs to be executed with care for all residents of our city in mind. Equity has to come first. So a city employee dedicated to DEI would really encourage prioritization of these projects from the city. So I know, given what we've heard today, that budget issues are a concern of this council, but given the proposed cuts and increases that we've seen, it seems that the most reasonable place for this funding to come from is actually from the public safety allotment. So DEI is a public safety issue. We've heard from community members of color, even today in this meeting, that they don't feel safe or welcomed in Bothell, and the safety of all residents is fundamental to creating a really safe community. In the resolution that the council passed on September 15th, the city acknowledged that systemic and structural racism influence policing and all systems of the city, and that lack of safety in the community is a most basic form of injustice and inequity. So the city is aware that lack of diversity and equity is a public safety issue. So I would say that that is support for that funding to be drawn from that budget. I'm also proposing this because the public safety budget has been increased. And I want to express my sort of discouragement that after a good deal of public community input, the city is proposing to cut funding from community development and increase it to the police budget. In this time of trauma, division, and distrust caused by a global pandemic and social unrest is not the time to be cutting community development. So I ask that that remain or be reprioritized in the city's budget. I also want to take this opportunity to remind the council of some of the other commitments made in the aforementioned resolution of September 15th. The city committed to promoting diversity in its own workplace and to continuing its pro-equity work, reaching out and connecting with community members to ensure that programs are accessible and open to all individuals. So the council has stated community outreach and equity as its priorities, but these priorities are not reflected in the budget that we've seen. So we really need a staff member within the city dedicated to these issues, and we really need these issues in general to be prioritized in the budget. So I'm calling to ask that the city remember its commitments to the community. And as Angela said earlier, make sure that it's more than just language, that it's action as well. So please treat your resolutions as more than words, but as promises. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the line, I believe we have Cindy Donahue. Cindy, are you there? Hello, Cindy, are you there? Okay, I don't.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So good evening, Mayor Olson and members of the council. My name is Cindy Donahue, and I am the Kirkland North Shore Hope Link Center Manager. My center serves the Bothell residents. And I'm also a board member for NUSA, North Urban Human Services Alliance, and I very much appreciate this opportunity to speak with you tonight. HopeLink provides a package of services to help people stabilize when in crisis and to acquire skills and tools that equip them to exit poverty. Kirkland HopeLink served about 302 residents in this service area
including over 940 families through our mobile food market last year. And we are grateful for city staff's recommendations to increase funding to Human Services and HopeLink in the upcoming years. Please know your support makes a big difference. With the new flexible financial assistance program that we offer at HopeLink and that we launched at HopeLink, along with our community partnerships, we have supported unique family needs and found ways to help a broader client base before their struggles become a crisis. People like Mary, who became ill and had to take some time off of work as a precaution. Once she was well, she returned to work to find out that while she was out, her manager had hired a replacement and decided to keep the both of them on, splitting Mary's usual shifts between the two of them and leaving her with as little as 10 hours a week of pay. Between the final low paychecks and her previous job and waiting for the first paycheck of her new position, Mary needed assistance with her rent, and HopeLink was there to assist. When someone like Mary comes to us for help with paying her bills, we can also help her family with food, refer her to our family development program for planning longer-term solutions, and refer her to our employment services for help with job readiness. Our community relies on human service organizations to provide the essential building blocks for social, emotional, physical, and financial well-being. From childcare and youth mentoring to services that help older adults stay in their homes, these organizations help people weather life's unpredictable storms and help build the resilience to prepare for the future. We all have a role to play in supporting these services and in creating a just, equitable, and healthy community. Thanks to our partnership with the City of Bothell, we can support various client needs with the goal of helping them achieve stability and take steps to exit poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on the line, I have Rami Alcabra. Rami, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you. You have 3 minutes in which to speak.
All right. Thank you so much. Again, thank you, the honorable city council members, esteemed city manager, and city government staff. Again, my name is Rami Alcabra, and I've been a Bothell resident for about 11 years. One of the things that I saw on page 429, it says that a third of the residents are people of color, around 33% the number was, and 1 in 5 are immigrants. And those numbers were from 2018. As an immigrant myself, who knows numerous immigrants in Bothell, I assure you that the numbers have increased in the past 2 years. I really want to commend the Diversity Inclusion Committee dive in, hard work and research about a month ago. But it seems like the focus seems internally on city government, not the actual city of Bothell, the community, the larger community, which I belong to, because I'm not an employee of the city. Earlier today, it was 2 or 3 hours ago, we spent about more than 30 minutes talking about spending millions of dollars on a dog park. But what's surprising to me is that why do the council priorities and budget not include a commitment to equity and diversity, one in the form of a DEI-focused FTE, and 2 in a DEI citizen commission? Because the question I want to leave you with is a dog park really more important right now than equity and diversity programs in Bothell? I look forward to hearing your answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Last on my list is Laura Escude. Laura, are you there? Ms. Escude, are you on the line?
Oh, could you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Laura. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody, city council members, city staff, hardworking city hall team. Thank you for your service. I want to take the opportunity and do these challenging times. keeping a good face, and keeping the service up. Thank you for your hard work, and just through the presentations today, reinforce my trust that all have been working really hard. Thank you. I would like to have the opportunity tonight to share some of my thoughts about one of the items of the proposed budget. We heard, and before writing my speech, reinforce all the challenges that the city have, but not only the city, the state, the country, the world. We have the biggest unknown for the years to come where we're going. So while I respect the foresight to be conservative with expenditure, I am very concerned about the DI diversity, equity, and inclusion position, as well as all the commitments, because that position encompasses all the series of commitment that I have heard one-to-one and as a group from my city council. And I just want to reinforce after hearing tonight's presentations and concerns of the city council, it is an investment for the well-being of the city. The city of Bothell will become more safer. And I have heard a presentation, a couple of city councils before from a diversity committee, which I need to state it, that was composed, but no one with people from color. So I was really surprised about that. So we heard from them that the city of Bothell has grown exponentially. And one number that comes to my mind was 49% of the students at the North Shore School District are speaking more than one language. They are bilingual or more. And yes, so it's growing exponentially. And, you know, everybody now with the COVID-19, we know what that mathematical terms mean, but before a few years ago, I had to explain as a professional what they meant. So it's growing. The city of Bothell have heard testimonies through the last few city council as well, through community meetings and outreach. But I got surprised when this funding, this position was not in the budget. So the residents, I want to reinforce that the residents we have spoke, and we asked the city council that, and we let them know that in city of Bothell, there's still a lack of diversity. I am concerned, very concerned, that we need to delay for 2 more years these commitments. As a member of the city of Bothell, as a city of Bothell Library Board, and 28 residents of Bothell, I have heard, and continue seeing, listening to differences, different capacities of volunteers, that there is a lack of diversity. So,
thank you, Ms. Escude. Your time is up. Mrs. Escude, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the last I have on my list. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you everyone for your comments. So now I want to open the floor if anyone has any items they want to discuss about the budget. Otherwise, the city manager will move forward with our previous discussions on the preliminary budget that she provided in our October 6th meeting. So Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to go back to the conversation that we've just heard from the people who are talking about having a diversity DEI position. And I want to know what kind of response I would get from Jennifer on that proposal. Is there some, I know we have a committee, a diversity and equity committee, but do we actually have someone who leads that? And how could they respond to these people's concerns?
Well, Councilman McAuliffe, we had a long presentation on that, and this is really for council conversation. I'm not in a position to review that entire initiative and that entire report that was presented by the dive-in committee. This has been talked about during the budget preparation process. It was talked about during the preliminary budget presentation, and I've been looking for council direction on what the council would like to do with this position.
So city manager, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe, currently we have established it as a goal, and we're looking to use our current staff levels to define what the city needs to do internally, define a future work plan so that as we move forward, we have these different phases where we can build up to a half-time or a full-time. Those were the other options that we had. But I feel that we internally in the city and the city staff need to become educated on this first and really frame what we need and educate ourselves before we can hire this person into this position. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Well, no, Mayor, I fully support and agree with your comment. Is we have gone through this process and approached it on several avenues and had a lot of discussion. And right now we need to give our city manager policy so that she can come back to us with a final draft on it, if I'm understanding that correctly. My concern, and maybe some other council members would like to speak to it, is we need to give her policy. She's got to figure out what's going to work for the city. We don't give her the fine tooth instructions on that. She knows what the machinery needs. I have a concern, and I don't know how you execute it, but it feels like when we tap into our reserves, it's for one-time expenditures, and we have a history of doing what's supposed to be a one-time expenditure is filling in that gap seems to be a routine, and that piece troubles me a lot, and I don't have the fix for that. But that bothers me. May I address one comment from one of our speakers? Would that be all right? I think I can. Rami had made the comment, and when we've talked, I have said that, one of our major tools is in parks and putting community together. And he was asking about dog parks. And I flash back to last summer. My daughter and I developed a good friendship with another family from Africa. And even despite the language barriers, we ended up exchanging phone numbers and having follow-up calls. So, and we would have never crossed paths had we not been in the dog park. And so when we talk about getting to know each other and building community, dog park is one of those. It's not the only thing, but had we not had that dog park, there would have been, I'm one of many relationships that have happened because of that dog park. So it's a good thing. And I think as far as the budget is concerned, there's a lot to appreciate about all the efforts that have gone into it. I don't have an easy answer, but I am troubled about tapping into our reserve. And I'm just going to yield the floor to the rest of you and let you weigh into it. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
I'm a little confused about what we're supposed to be doing with this time before the city manager presents, but so I'm assuming that there aren't any changes from our previous discussion to the budget she's going to present right now.
City manager is not presenting anything tonight.
Okay,
This was just a public this was the public hearing portion of the preliminary budget. So unless we make any changes, she'll just move forward with what was presented previously and add the additional detail and continue developing that budget.
Okay, so it sounds like it's time to weigh in. So I would agree with Councilmember Zorn. I am not comfortable continuing year after year to take from the budget reserves. And then in response, actually, to Rami's point, I think a lot of people don't understand, as Director Bothell discussed earlier in this evening, there are buckets of money for which you cannot interchange them. So in other words, the dog park will be paid for by park impact fees. It's not interchangeable that we can take that money and pay for a position for the director of equity or whatever we want to call that. So our hands are tied in a lot of ways when it comes to buckets of money. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. It took me a while to understand it when I first got on council. So just so people understand that that's kind of how it works. So I'm not for taking out of reserves. I'm not for eliminating human resources funding. And I still don't quite understand, actually. We got an email with answers to some of my questions earlier from the last council meeting. And it looks to me as though the executive office budget, about $300,000 of it was for the assistant city manager, who's now being, I guess, is it mostly paid for or all from the MPRSA?
For 21-22, it won't be a very large percentage.
Okay, so why is the assistant city manager a new expense in the executive office? Because I asked for a reason why the budget was $600,000 more this budget than last budget, and was she not here 2 years ago?
No, the position was here. I don't know.
Well, that's what the email that you sent out today said as justification for the 600,000. So I'm confused about that. And it looks like we've got a fire position that's now come out of fire and is into city executive. I don't understand. The fire budget is quite large. I don't know why we would be spending money out of the executive office for a fire position. So that's.
We're not actually. I discussed that with when I made my presentation. That's a part-time position that was transitioned from the fire department. We thought that it would be more effective in the emergency preparedness department. That was a general funded position, and the emergency preparedness manager has been able to get grants to fund a vast majority of that part-time position. So we've actually lightened the load on the general fund to cover that position.
So I think it's just confusing because it looks like a complete addition.
It does.
600,000. So, but I still would like an explanation about the assistant city manager at some point. And then the other position is, I assume that's Jeannie Ash's position.
That's correct.
Okay. So I think what I'm looking for is, what is it going to cost us to have a balanced budget that doesn't depend on general fund reserves, and options for paying for a DEI position, and I want the human resources funding to be spent on human resources funding. I cannot justify in my mind any way in which it's okay to remove that kind of funding in a pandemic. I can't, I couldn't live with myself. So those are some of my red lines, and I think I brought them up before, so just to put an exclamation point on it, that's where I'm at.
So so that the information is very clear, the human services funding is not included in this current budget.
I know.
No, I just want to make sure that that's understood by the entire council.
Yeah. Yeah.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard Mayor Olson say a little bit ago that, we need to be educated on matters of diversity. And he's right, because all of us up here, just by virtue of the fact that we're here, carry a substantial amount of privilege. And I think having somebody that can help us understand what we don't know on staff would be really useful. That's also somebody who can facilitate members of the community, a different commission. Like I mentioned the last time that this came up, I think we can get a lot of information that will help us make better decisions for our community through this. And as we pull every lever, like one commenter mentioned, to raise taxes and still fall short of a balanced budget, I think we raised taxes, what, $1 million tonight, like just on the utilities. I don't understand why we can't put one staff position, or at least figure out what that person would do to one of our council priorities, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. I also said the last time we spoke that I didn't think we were quite there yet on figuring out exactly what that person would do. I feel like we need to get there. I feel like that's something that we need to discuss further. And we really need to figure out kind of exactly what that position would do, because right now we're talking about it in a very ethereal way. We're hearing overwhelmingly from our community that this is really important. And for us to just say, well, I guess we don't really know, like we haven't done the work, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't know exactly. I don't know off the top of my head, like what day we're approving the final budget. I would love to see an agenda item and some staff work done on a little bit more exactly what we would do. And I remember we had the presentation from the intern, and there were some options in there, but that wasn't concrete, that wasn't formal, that wasn't something that our staff had gone through and figured out, here's how this person could integrate into the greater organization. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see us at least pay enough attention to the community that is telling us they want this, to talk about exactly what that would look like. If we could do that before the budget was approved, I think that'd be a great option, because I would like to know how much it would cost and what would happen by the time we vote for the budget.
So if I can just add to that,
yeah.
That proposal was actually put together by the Director of Human Resources and the Assistant to the City Manager, who serves as our Public Information Officer and and is responsible for community engagement. And so that proposal was vetted by executive level staff. It wasn't in detail because it was part of a larger program.
Yeah.
We could take that and expand that into a more detailed staff report. Job descriptions and those kind of job duties fall under my responsibility. But if it's helpful to council to better understand, again, as the mayor mentioned, that's one of the challenges, is that's part of our learning process, is what does that position look like, and what would that individual do? What is the proper level? Those would be things that we would need to look at as well. This is a new venture for us.
And that totally makes sense, and I get that. I just don't want the fact that we need to do learning and we need to understand things better to be a reason we don't do something. Like, I don't want that to be the thing that hinders us. So are you telling me that, since this has been done big picture, that bringing something back in a little bit more detail before the budget wouldn't be a big lift?
I don't know how much detail we could do, but it's something we could try to bring back probably on the 17th, although that council meeting is getting quite full because you have a training that day as well. And again, a budget, the adoption of the budget, the day that you adopt the budget, it's out of date. Mm-hmm. So just because it's not in the 21-22 budget doesn't mean we come all the time to council. That's the whole point of council meetings. So it doesn't mean it's something that the council couldn't add 1 month later or 2 months later or 6 months later. It's not a point in time that then stops for 2 years and we can't do anything. We come all the time to council and ask for additional expenditures and additional initiatives that the council would like, and they give us direction, and things come up and you say, we'd like to get this done, and we do that. So again, there isn't I know from a community standpoint, there's a sense of urgency, and I feel that sense of urgency, and we brought it to your attention. We worked very hard over the summer to bring it to you before the budget. We can try to bring some information back, whether that's on the 17th or even when we bring the budget back in early December, for your further consideration. That's all I'm looking for is direction from council on what you would like included in the budget.
I don't think I have anything else to say that would not involve me simply repeating myself. So I won't do that.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really would like to see some kind of proposal language so that it shows we're moving forward. It might not be hiring the person, but we need to put something in the budget to meet our goal that is already there. So some kind of language that moves us forward and proposes some steps that we might take to get where we want to go. Because I agree that we have a lot of language going here, but we haven't got a lot of action. And I'd like to see some that would go into this budget. So I appreciate that if that could happen.
That would come when we put the strategic objectives together for your priorities and goal. And I bring those to you at the beginning of 2021. And you approve the work that we'll be doing in the coming year.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
I'm sorry. I guess I really do want to see some language proposal in this budget. I think that's what's important.
What, Councilmember McAuliffe, what kind of language or proposal are you looking for? Can you be more specific?
Yes, something that would give some kind of a path toward action, so that we would say, something to the effect that that we're looking to see diversity, equity, position that might help us to engage our community, and that proposal could be then identified in the goals. But I'd like to see something in the budget, because if we don't have it there, we're going to say there's no more money for anything else at a later date.
So to have any changes to the preliminary budget, I believe we have to have a majority so we can give the city manager direction. So I'm not seeing any majority yet in what we've said so far, but we'll keep going here. Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hopefully you can hear me, because for some reason tonight I've had some very spotty reception. But I paid no attention to the people that spoke before us tonight during public comment, and listened intently to the things that they were saying. And the one thing that I come back to is paying attention to our community, which I believe that all 7 of us do. And one of the things that concerns me is when we talk about doing things quickly or hastily and not fully understanding the ramifications of the things that we're doing. Sometimes we can make bad decisions. And so while I know it's important to all of us to come up with a diversity, equity, and inclusion position, it's important for us to do it in the right way. Because the last thing we want to do is just put something there or do something or hire someone to help us, and then we find out that the work they're doing might not be the work that works within our community. And let me elaborate a little bit more on that. Every county, every city is different in their own way. Every community has a different type of diversity within their community. They have a different landscape, different lenses that people look through the community. And you might take a city down in the South End that has a very high diversity rate of African American. You might take a city like Bellevue that has a high population of East Indian. And you might say that they look at things the same, but the people who work within their cities, the diversity and equity person that works within their cities, look at it differently because they have different needs within different communities. And so it's important. The important piece that I've picked up from the conversations that I've had is understanding what your community is, who your community is, and how your community is changing. And making sure that the things that you do are not only going to have a positive impact today, but a positive impact into the future. And the city manager touched on this a little bit. And since I've been on council, one of the things that I've learned is that we have these budget processes that we go through. But as things come up, there's nothing stopping us, the 7 of us, from making it a priority. So it may not be on our budget today, but there's nothing stopping us from saying, hey, this is important. We want to make sure that we move forward with it. So while I want more than anything to have a diversity, equity, and inclusion position now, I also know that I want to do it the right way. I want us to do it the right way. I want us to think about it, understand it, study it. I'm a council member. I'm a member of your community, and I have a voice. And I listen to all of you every time we have a council meeting and beyond. I listen to people regionally, and I try to make the decisions on this council based on all of the experiences that not only have gone through my life, but since a council person. And I think that this is a very, very important topic. And I don't think dog parks or parks or speed signs or anything else take any more priority than this or anything else that we do. Everything is neutral. It's equally important because a dog park might be important to one person in our community, but race and equity might be important to another. But we cannot treat them as one is more important than the other. We must treat them as equally important because we represent 48,000 plus people. We represent a certain single minority or majority, we represent everyone. And so I think as we go through the budget process and we come to making our decisions, I think the thing that's important is decisions to be fiscally responsible, because that's what our community is looking for us to do, to look to our budget through the lenses of our community, who our community is today and who our community will become tomorrow, and understand that if we need to adjust, we adjust. We leave ourselves the room to make those adjustments and not pin ourselves in a corner and say, if we don't do this today, we can't do it tomorrow, because we can. And I think all of us have that same mindset that it is important. And while it be diversity, equity, inclusion we're talking about right now, we could also be talking about a dog park tomorrow. We could also be talking about Madrid in 2 weeks from now. All these things are important and they all matter to you. So I just want to leave you with, I hope that the words that I'm saying right now resonate with the people who called in earlier and through our entire community, to understand that this is important to all of us, all 7 of us. And I've heard how important it is. And I hope that they'll understand, regardless of what we do today, we are moving forward. We are trying to do the positive work of making sure that, as we all talk about, that Bothell is the most welcoming place and continues to make the families feel welcome here. So I can't stress it enough. I want to make sure that we all continue to say it, how important this is. But we all need to understand that we can make decisions today and we can make decisions tomorrow and continue to build on things that we make a better future for our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
I agree with Councilmember McAuliffe. If it's not in the budget, it's unlikely to come back. I've had enough conversations over the years where the response is we don't have the money to know that this is how it works. Sorry, but that's truly what happens.
And if I could take a moment to respond to Councilmember Dewar's question with regards to the executive budget. I didn't understand your question because you kept referring to the assistant city manager. It was positions for the MPRSA, which the council approved. That's a coordinator position as well as the records clerk position, and those are 100% funded by NPRSA.
I think my point is it was the former assistant city manager who is now doing that position, is it not?
No, those positions are specifically, there's a coordinator that is 90% and a records, a one-year limited term records clerk to assist MPRSA with their records management. Those are the positions, and a small portion of the assistant city manager's position is also being charged to NPRSA, but the vast majority of that increase are those two additional positions.
Okay, I did not understand we were hiring 2 more people for those positions. Thank you for the clarification.
All right, Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. If we don't have the expertise in-house to know how to do this right now, I think that is an argument for hiring somebody that does, not an argument against hiring somebody that does. I also wanted to echo what Councilmember Dewar said a little while ago about the Human Services Grant. You know, we're cutting a lot of things that are important to us. We're raising taxes in just about any way we can. And it seems like there must be a better way to actually have a balanced budget. So I am not okay with cutting the Human Services Grant without funding a position that is, like Councilmember Neal said, it's a priority for all of us. I mean, if it's a priority for all of us and it's one of our council goals, it seems that one position out of 300 isn't an enormous, isn't out of line. I understand that I'm saying 2 things at the same time, which is I would like to see this position funded, and also we have $2.5 million to cut. And I know that those are competing priorities, but I'd like to see them happen.
I think that is the biggest challenge that we're facing right now is we have a lot of things that we want to see happen, and I think financial stability is very high on that list, and makes so many of these decisions even harder. Councilmember McNeil was, speaking of how every issue is equally important, just because we're a city of 48,000 and every issue strikes everyone a little differently, and it's very hard to prioritize one more so over the other, but that's that's our job here. And I think throughout this summer and this fall, we've been having discussions and moving forward with the budget that the city manager has proposed. And I believe she's reflecting our discussions that we've had so far. You know, I feel the human services is a tough pill to swallow, losing that. But I think it's also in comparison to having discussions about the community court and finding services for Bothell in a different format or in a different way, less regionally, more local. It seemed like we had very strong support on the council the night the judge was here and discussed that with us. So there's hard choices across the board, up and down, left and right. This is the best part and the worst part of being on council. I'm still not seeing any shifts, any changes in the majority of people, of the council members on the preliminary budget. So I mean, up to this point, I'm still inclined on just having the city manager moving forward with the preliminary budget as she presented. City staff will continue to work on the DEI, understanding it. I understand, you know, we brought someone in to have some training, city manager. So, I mean, we're having little pieces here where we're bringing people in, you know, people that are smarter than us, that know more about this topic. So I think we're doing that pieces, bite-sized pieces for now, until we can get to that point where we can make that decision and move to that next step of bringing someone in that is, you know, whether it's half-time or full-time, but that's what they're being brought in for, to look at DEI. So if I'm misrepresenting or people think that there's a majority that I'm missing here, please, you know, speak up here. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Well, I feel like, as I'm listening to everyone's heart here, I feel like we don't entirely know what we want. I mean, we have a good idea of what we want. I think Councilmember McNeil's advice to sit, and while he was talking about it, I was thinking, well, you know, it would be really helpful to have the census data to help us understand what our needs are. And we don't have that data yet. So, you know, yet another reason to gather information. One of our speakers said, why are we concerned about DEI for staff when we can think about outreaching to the community? So I think we're still finessing and figuring out what it is that exactly what we want, how it's going to fit for Bothell. And when it comes to just the budget, we're talking about the dollars. I don't see a consensus either there. So I'm inclined to go with your assessment on this, Mayor.
Councilmember Agnew?
You know, I couldn't be nearly as eloquent as Councilmember McNeil. I agreed with him wholeheartedly. I also agree with your statement that you just made. We're slowly working our way through this. And I think Councilmember McNeil said we need to do it slowly so we get it right. You know, we're going to have one shot at this. And you know, if we do go out at some point in time and get a DEI spokesperson for us. I'd like to see us also go out to the other cities and see if we can get one at 50% instead of one at 100%. So I agree wholeheartedly with you, Mayor Olson.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
I will be very brief because I know it's very late and I appreciate everything everyone said. I only asked for some language in the budget that would move us forward toward considering what we want to do and what we will do for our diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking to hire DEI.
Seeing city manager nodding and yeah, I mean, I think that was already in some of those priority plannings and, you know, moving forward with it. So yeah. All right, well, I think the city manager has what she needs. I thank you all for this great and tough and challenging conversation. And we are not done yet because I have to close this public hearing. And then we have one more agenda bill item on the agenda tonight, AB 20-139. Seems like it's fairly short, so I say we just move on with that.
And I believe Councilmember McAuliffe would like to speak before I present, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Councilmember McAuliffe.
Yes, I'm going to excuse myself. This is a conflict of interest for me. So I'll let you all go ahead and I'll come back after you're finished.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, oh, sorry, go ahead. My apologies. I jumped the gun there.
Nope, go for it. I was just swinging back over to you.
Alrighty, so as Councilmember McAuliffe alluded to, this is an item that she's recused herself from. This is because the city at council direction has initiated an action regarding the cleanup on Lot P South. We have already filed the complaint, received an answer, and we are in the discovery process. And we've come to the end of the budgetary discretion that the city manager has to initiate when the city initiates a lawsuit to expend legal fees. And so in order to continue through the discovery process and then hopefully resolve all matters through motions practice or mediation, the city is asking that the council approve an additional $150,000 to pursue the Lot P South cleanup litigation. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Seeing none, is there a motion? I'm kidding, you can ask questions.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Paul. So will we be able to recoup any of these costs?
That's our hope. As an attorney, I'm not supposed to say what's going to happen because no one ever knows. But that's the intent of the litigation, is to recover the costs that we put in to pursuing this action. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Do we know roughly when we expect this to be resolved?
We do not. There is unfortunately, so the trial, I believe, is set for February of 2021. The city has recently agreed to a continuance because one of the parties who's in the defendant position recently acquired new counsel, and we need to give them appropriate amounts of time in order to review the complaint, the answer, the discovery that's been provided, and the discovery that they've given to us, so that they can get up to speed, so they can then pursue mediation motions practice. So
how much?
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to interrupt. If you finish, please do. Okay.
The jury trial date has been moved to June of 2021. That doesn't mean that's a specific end date. It could end earlier, it could end later.
Okay. How much do we stand to recoup if everything goes our way?
The idea would be to recoup the costs that the city has expended because the legal costs are ongoing. That number fluctuates daily. I prefer not to publicly comment on what I would hope our result would be, as I don't want to tip our hand to the other side who might be observing. But I'm happy to, if you want to shoot me an individual email, I'm happy to give you a call back and discuss.
that's probably a question I wouldn't have asked if I had a little bit more seasoning up here. So
that's fine.
I can do that. All right, that's it.
If no more questions, I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Dewar,
Move the recommended action.
Councilmember Agnew.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve the supplemental engagement letter and authorize the city manager to further engage the services of Foster Garvey regarding Lot P South litigation. And we have a second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none. City Clerk?
Please say yea or nay when I state your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns,
Yay.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yay.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yay.
Mayor Olson,
Yay.
Councilmember Dewar,
Yay.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yay.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember McAuliffe recused.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So that brings us to the end of our main agenda. I will just throw out a council conversation is on the agenda. But seeing at the late hour of this evening, I don't see any burning topics that we haven't discussed tonight already. So if everyone is amenable to adjourning, I say we go home. Or,
Mr. Mayor,
you guys are already there.
Mr. Mayor, we do not have a meeting next week. Is that correct?
Correct. We do not have a meeting. Yeah, our next
meeting is November 10th.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. All right, so we are adjourned then. Thank you, everyone.